Today, the Rules Committee is convening to consider three measures, H.R. 6703, H.R. 498, and H.R. 3492. H.R. 6703, the Lower Health Care Premiums for All Americans Act, would lower health care premiums, increase health care access, expand choice in health care, and bring about greater transparency to the healthcare system in the United States. The Unaffordable Care Act decimated America's healthcare system and made lofty promises to the American people that were never fulfilled, not by a long shot. Premiums have been skyrocketing for years. The entire system has been rotting from the inside out, and the American people have been left with preset options that are as inefficient as they are unaffordable. This legislation mandates overdue transparency from pharmacy benefit managers to employers, provides necessary funding for cost-sharing reduction payments, and improves options for American workers through association health plans, preserving the integrity of self-insurance, and choice arrangements. As we've always done, Republicans are offering an alternative to the broken healthcare system that Democrats created and have been propping up for over a decade. Unlike those who manufactured the Unaffordable Care Act, Republicans are offering a clear, responsible, and straightforward solution so that all Americans have access to health care that is affordable and meets their needs. It's time that we restore integrity, functionality, and choice to our health care system. H.R. 498, the Do No Harm in Medicaid Act, would prohibit federal funds allocated to Medicaid from being used for so-called gender transition procedures for minors. Specifically, this legislation amends the Social Security Act to include so-called gender transition procedures for minors as a prohibited service under Medicaid. At the same time, this legislation institutes the safeguarding of funding used for medically necessary treatments for genetic disorders, life-threatening illnesses, and other conditions. The federal government should always serve as a good steward of taxpayer dollars. The American people demand this. H.R. 498 offers another layer of accountability that can take another positive step forward in meeting that imperative. Finally, we turn to H.R. 3492, the Protect Children's Innocent Act, that would charge anyone who knowingly performs, quote, gender-affirming care, end quote, specifically the genital mutilation and chemical castration of children with a Class C felony. The irreversible decisions of, quote, gender-affirming care, end quote, are dangerous, and they present a clear threat to children who remain vulnerable at such young ages. Children deserve to have long-term health and happiness and should not have to endure the consequences of unsound procedures that will scar them permanently. This legislation and the president's actions send a clear message. The federal government will no longer tolerate the abuse and exploitation of children by the radical gender ideology of the left. I look forward to today's discussion and hearing from our witnesses on the three pieces of legislation before us today. With that, I now yield to the ranking member, Mr. McGovern for any comments he wishes to make.
Oh, my goodness, Madam Chair. Here we are at the end of the year, and this is likely the last Rules Committee meeting of this session. And Republicans are doing absolutely nothing to avert a health care catastrophe that is going to devastate millions of people across America. I'm not shocked. Frankly, I'm not even surprised. I've come to expect nothing from this Republican majority, and that is exactly what this Republican majority has done for America. Nothing. Are you guys going to even pretend to care that people's premiums are about to double, triple, and quadruple? I mean, one of your own members, a Republican member, just called this exercise here political malpractice. He's right. You should listen to him. Democrats have been trying for months to avert this crisis. Governors warned you. State officials warned you. And Americans, even Republican voters in your own districts, have been very clear. Don't let these tax credits expire. Since Democrats enhanced the ACA tax credits in 2020, enrollment has more than doubled from 11.4 million to 24.3 million Americans. 88% of that growth happened in states that Donald Trump won. And now, through inaction, you are betraying your own constituents and voting to hurt the very people who voted for you. Open enrollment deadlines have already passed. Families have already sat down, looked at the numbers, and made impossible choices. Many decided to go without coverage in 2026 because they can't afford it, especially with Trump's tariffs driving up the cost of everything else. Speaker Johnson has decided to turn his back on working people, and in doing so, he has ensured that millions will lose their health care in the new year. So that's where we're at. And I honestly cannot wrap my head around the priorities of this Republican Congress. We live in the richest country in the history of the world. We have a trillionaire in this country. And yet we're being told that millions of people need to lose their health care because we can't afford it? That's obscene. It is a moral outrage. Republicans have spent the last year laser focused on giving tax breaks to billionaires while lifting not a single finger for working families. Over 20 million people are going to see their health insurance premiums skyrocket on January 1. Some people's bills will go up by more than $1,000 a month. And 24 times, Republicans voted to lock in these premium increases. I genuinely don't get it. It's clearly not about the money. I mean, you guys had no problem voting to give the Pentagon $8 billion more than it even asked for. No problem handing out tax break after tax break to big oil, big tech, big pharma. You guys give those out like candy. Every billionaire and special interest that comes knocking gets a loophole or a tax break. But when it comes to helping regular people afford health care, suddenly it's tough. We don't have the money to pay for it. I mean, are you guys kidding me? I think it's an outrage, an absolute disgrace that we're even having this debate. Every single person in America should have health care. It should be a human right. This is not complicated. We are the only developed nation on this planet that does not guarantee coverage for every person. And instead of talking about how to make it better, Republicans are taking us in the other direction. They're bringing up a bill that was slapped together at the last minute, a bill that does nothing to solve the problem of premiums skyrocketing in just a few weeks, and a bill that is dead on arrival in the Senate, by the way. I am so sick and tired of hearing you all blame the Affordable Care Act for this mess. Republicans want to pretend like before the ACA passed, we had some kind of healthcare utopia in this country. Give me a break. The ACA was passed because millions of Americans didn't have any health insurance at all. And the ACA dramatically cut the number of uninsured Americans. Kids can now stay on their parents' plans until age 26. People can't be denied coverage for pre-existing conditions. Before the ACA, being a woman was a pre-existing condition, for God's sakes. But rather than build on those wins to guarantee health care for everyone, Republicans have voted more than 70 times to gut the ACA without ever offering an alternative. All we hear is that a plan is coming, and it never comes. Look, the truth is Republicans are perfectly comfortable with our broken system, where insurance companies rake in billions by denying care, screwing over patients, and reporting record profits while our country gets sicker and sicker. And this bill is more of the same: higher costs, worse coverage, zero chance of actually helping people. And meanwhile, 214 Democrats have signed a discharge petition to force an up or down vote on extending the ACA tax credits for 3 years. All we need is 4 Republicans willing to stand up for their constituents, and we can pass a clean extension that already has bipartisan support in the Senate. So let's stop pretending that this is complicated. And one last thing. The rule we are going to consider today is also stuffed with culture war nonsense targeting transgender Americans. You know, Republicans love to accuse Democrats of being obsessed with talking about transgender issues. But look, we don't run the House of Representatives. Republicans do. And you keep putting this stuff on our agenda. You are the ones choosing to spend your time fixating on attacking and scapegoating transgender people. The transgender community is not responsible for health care costs rising. Republicans are. Republicans are. And that's your choice, and it is a disgrace. And I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. Without objection, any prepared statements that our witnesses may have will be included in the record. I now welcome our first panel, Chairman Guthrie on Energy and Commerce, Chairman Smith, and Ranking Member Palone from the Committee on Energy and Commerce, Chairman Smith and Representative Thompson from the Committee on Ways and Means, and Chairman Wahlberg and Representative Donier from the Committee on Education and Workforce. Your full statement will be submitted for the record, and we ask that you summarize your statement in 5 minutes or less. Chairman Guthrie, I welcome your testimony.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman Fox, Ranking Member McGovern, for inviting me to testify. 16 years ago, Democrats did pass Obamacare, and it fundamentally changed how health care is offered in the United States.
It's on. Oh, maybe it wasn't. Reduce health care costs, preserve plan choice, and lower premiums for the American people. However, here we are, a decade and a half later, and it is obvious the Democrats' promises have not proven true. Health care spending has only increased, plan options have been depleted, and the American people are being crushed by the unaffordability of the one-size-fits-all government-first approach Obamacare codified. My friend, the ranking member, talked about before healthcare, before Obamacare. Well, we know since its passage, healthcare premiums in the Obamacare marketplace have increased by 80%. Deductibles are now on average $5,000, and the average out-of-pocket maximum sits at over $20,000. All the while, Obamacare policies redirected trillions in taxpayer dollars to big health insurance companies. Without a doubt, Obamacare has proven to be unaffordable. Seizing the opportunity of the COVID-19, Democrats passed temporary enhanced taxpayer-funded subsidies that go to big insurance plans. These temporary COVID credits were designed to mask the unaffordability of Obamacare, and they were passed not once but twice without a single Republican vote. Democrats have now argued that these additional subsidies should be permanent. But let's not forget how we got here. It was Democrats that set up these credits to expire at the end of this year. When they were in charge, they chose not to make them permanent. If these subsidies are as essential as the rhetoric today would suggest, why would they choose to allow them to expire? Because in that same legislation, again passed with only Democrat votes, they chose to prioritize tax credits for the wealthy to buy electric vehicles and sent $27 billion to Democrats' politically connected friends through the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Slush Fund, including $2 billion that went to a group that only had $100 in previous year revenue. Instead of making these enhanced tax credits permanent, since the Democrats created these temporary COVID credits, we've seen an explosion of waste, fraud, and abuse that has exacerbated a major affordability crisis and hurt millions of Americans across the country. How have Democrats responded to this? By shifting the blame of their own failed policies onto Republicans, attempting to force legislation that would continue to send hundreds of billions of dollars straight to the coffers of big health insurance plans, and turning a blind eye to the growing evidence of widespread Obamacare fraud. They'd rather put a Band-Aid on rising health care costs, masking their true impact on American families, rather than focus on policies to actually address the issue. The most frustrating part of all of this is that healthcare affordability is a real issue impacting all Americans. And in the past, Republicans and Democrats have worked together to pass policies that would have a real impact on lowering costs for everyone. Instead of working to pass policies that would implement real, lasting solutions to lower healthcare costs for all Americans, Democrats have chosen the partisan path in an attempt to turn their own Obamacare policy failures into political points. I'm proud of the policies the Republicans have worked on as part of the Lowering Healthcare Costs for All Americans Act, because they do exactly what the title of the bill says: advance real policies that lower costs for all Americans. The bill includes bipartisan policies that would finally take the first steps to hold the drug industry middlemen, the pharmacy benefit managers, accountable to their own customers, the American people. Policies in the lowering the health care costs for all Americans would shine a light on nefarious practices perpetrated by these middlemen and lower drug costs for all. The Lower Health Care Costs for All Americans Act would finally appropriate funds for cost-sharing reductions. This policy reduced ACA premiums by 11%, an even greater saving than extending the temporary COVID credits. Funding CSRs has also enjoyed broad bipartisan support in the past, and it is a policy that was previously endorsed by my friends, Ranking Member Palone, Ranking Member Neal, Ranking Member McGovern, who signed this letter to President Trump that said, and I'll quote, "Working families in every state are relying on you to pay cost-sharing subsidies to help ensure that they can afford the health care they need. The stability of the nation's health care system and health of millions of Americans now rest in your hands. Their health care coverage is not a bargaining chip." I hope that we can work across the aisle to support this common sense bill that will, without a doubt, increase health care affordability for all Americans. I also hope in 2026, Democrats will choose to rise above the politics and work with Republicans to advance real policy solutions that build on provisions included in the Lower Health Care Costs for All Americans Act to make health care even more affordable for the American people. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Thank you, Chairman Guthrie. Mr. Palone, Ranking Member Palone, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I'd like to include my entire statement in the record, but
Without objection.
Thank you, but I really am just going to spend the time rebutting what my chairman said, because I just think that he tells a history that is totally different from what actually went on. Look, when we did Obamacare, the Affordable Care Act from the beginning, the reason we did it was because we knew that people could not find insurance, either not find it at all, or they couldn't find affordable insurance if they didn't have insurance paid for either by their employer or because they were on Medicare or veterans or some other government program. And we recognized that the only way that we were going to have a significant amount of people, I think at one point we were up to 95, 96% with the Affordable Care Act of people that were insured, was if we had good insurance that covered most essentials that people wanted, that was affordable. Now, I haven't seen any suggestion in the time since the ACA was passed, not today with the bill that's before us, or at any other time when there was an effort to repeal the Affordable Care Act, by the Republicans to actually address this insurance crisis. Nothing that you propose today, nothing you propose in the last 15, 20 years would actually provide the average American who can't get insurance through their employer with insurance that's going to cover most of what they need and be affordable. That's what we were trying to accomplish. Now, sometimes I think you say to me, well, we shouldn't be paying the insurance companies. Well, I mean, we're not, no one here is advocating, you know, some kind of national health care where you go to the hospital and the hospital gets reimbursed directly by the government, or the hospital is owned by the government, or doctors work for the government. We operate in this capitalist capitalist system where people, if they want coverage, have to get insurance. And so to suggest that somehow we're paying the insurers and that's a bad thing, that makes no sense at all to me. People have to have insurance. They can't just, you know, go to the hospital, pay for that, and get reimbursed. I mean, if you want to advocate that, that's fine, but that's not the way it works, right? So what we said is you have to provide essential services with this insurance. We know that there are a lot of people who can't afford the full cost of the premium, so we try to provide generous tax credits for them. And over time, over the last 15 years, we've had to make those tax credits more generous. We've had to make the people who are eligible for them at a higher income, you know, be covered. We've had to make certain changes. If you're going to suggest that somehow, you know, all magically, you know, healthcare, meaning the actual cost of healthcare, is going to go down. That's not happening. We know that operations cost more, procedures cost more, technology costs more. So I don't understand what you're talking about. What you're putting before us here is totally reversing what we had in the ACA. Before the ACA, you had lifetime caps. You had pre-existing conditions as a basis for not being coverage. You had annual caps. You had all these things that made it difficult. And you sold junk policies that people thought they were buying something, but in fact they weren't. There were policies being sold, Mr. Chairman, that didn't have hospitalization. I discussed this once with Chairwoman Fox, and I said, you know, how do you have a policy that doesn't cover hospitalization? And I don't put her on the spot, but somebody said, well, if somebody wants to buy that, let them buy it, right? Well, that's not meaningful. You can't have people thinking that they're getting health insurance when in fact they're not having hospitalization or not having essential coverage. Now, what you put in this bill is junk insurance, these associated health plans. You're saying rather than have a policy that has essential services like hospitalization or doctors, you can just do whatever you want. I mean, there are certain essentials, but very minimal, right? So what's going to happen is, once again, people are going to think, I'm going to go out and buy a policy, and the policy is going to cover my health care, when in fact it does not. Now, you talked about the CSRs. Well, what's actually happening here is the CSRs were put into place to try to bring down deductibles, bring down costs, for you know, less copays, et cetera. But what you actually put in here is you may have brought the CSRs back, but the reality is that there's going to be less generous coverage, and so people's deductibles are going to go up. People's copays are going to go up. And then you have a backdoor ban on abortions by taking funding away from insurers who cover abortion. You have caps on the amount of money that can go towards healthcare costs to only certain classes of employees. So even within, this isn't just about the ACA in this bill. This also says that if an employer wants to provide health insurance, he can discriminate based on different classes of employees. He can say, well, I'm going to give some employees this coverage, and I'm not going to give other employees the same coverage. Well, I mean, the bottom line is what you have here is all these discriminating practices that you want to bring back that existed before the ACA, and you don't have the enhanced tax credits that would make the insurance affordable. So don't kid us about what you're doing here. You're not doing anything to actually cover people and to make it affordable. Nothing. I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair? Madam Chair?
Mr. McGovern.
I would like to request that some of our witnesses have a little leeway to go over time. And the reason why I say that is because my understanding is the first time that we are debating this legislation before us publicly is here in the Rules Committee. That none of these committees of jurisdiction, you know, did hearings and reported the bill out of their committee. So this is it. Well, this is it. This is it. So I appreciate the gentlelady's, you know, tolerance and letting some of our members go a little bit over with, because we feel we've been shortchanged here. Thank you.
I'm going to be tolerant, Mr. McGovern, but we have a big panel, and I suspect a lot of amendments, and There'll be some time to ask some questions in a little bit. I think getting the opening statements fairly close to time will be helpful to us. Chairman Smith, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair Fox and Ranking Member McGovern. Thank you for the opportunity to testify here today on the disaster healthcare situation that we are in that was created by Democrat policies that were pushed through. Like all of you, I hear from families, workers, and employers who are struggling with rising healthcare costs, not just in the ACA exchanges, which represent just 7% of the population, but for all Americans. In 2025, the average annual premium for a family employer-sponsored health plan reached nearly $27,000. That number rose 6% just this year and has increased 26% over the past 5 years. Workers are paying nearly $7,000 of that cost out of pocket through premiums, and even more on top for their medical expenses. But the Democrats won't even talk about that. They're not talking about that. They're only talking about the healthcare exchanges, which is only 7%. 7% of the population. I know some people here want to talk only about the ACA, but this conversation is so much bigger, Chair Fox, than just 7% of the population. We need to talk about 100% of the population. Republicans wrote the working families tax cuts with all Americans in mind. We expanded health savings accounts to more than 7 million Americans just on the ACA, allowing them to save tax-free to pay for care and protect against expensive medical bills. We unleashed direct primary care arrangements to be a qualified medical expense for HSAs, which helps patients save up to 30% on overall medical cost. We made a telehealth flexibility permanent by ensuring that high deductible health plans can continue covering telehealth visits before patients reach their deductible. This expands telehealth benefits for 85 million families. 85 million. Together, CBO confirmed that these changes, along with important program integrity reforms, actually lowered health premiums across the board. In this bill, the Lower Health Care Premiums for All Americans Act builds on those efforts by lowering healthcare costs, expanding choice, and increasing transparency. One of the most powerful provisions in this bill is the expansion of choice arrangements. This would allow employers to provide tax-free contributions to workers who can then use those payments to purchase health coverage that they choose because it works for them. While big companies can easily offer pre-tax health benefits, small employers cannot. At the Ways and Means Committee, we have heard firsthand from these small businesses that struggle to find and offer affordable health coverage. Choice arrangement levels the playing field for the 66 million workers at small businesses by giving them the same pre-tax benefits utilized by Fortune 500 companies offering health coverage. Choice arrangements are used by 1 million people today and will grow by 350,000 more under this policy. In fact, 83% of employers using this option are offering their employees health coverage for the very first time. The bill also helps the 164 million workers covered by employer plans by allowing businesses to better negotiate with the PBM monopoly. The same insurers who are charging rising premiums also own the pharmacy benefit managers who oversee drug pricing rebates. And while employers use PBMs to negotiate agreements with pharmaceutical companies, PBMs keep employers in the dark about what they are actually paying for drugs. This bill requires detailed reporting and transparency from PBMs so that plans and employers know where rebates, fees, and payments are going. This transparency provides employers with leverage to compare agreements and shop between PBMs or negotiate better contracts, which fuels competition to lower drug spend and reduce insurance premiums for all Americans. This bill is not perfect, Chair. No legislation is. But if you think like me that the cost of health care is too high, then I urge you to support this legislation. This bill is a practical step toward reducing the financial burden on families and employers. Yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Representative Thompson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chairwoman Fox, Ranking Member McGovern, members of the committee, thank you for holding this hearing today. Before I start, I just want to say to my chairman, Mr. Smith, that the reason we're talking about the AC tax credits today and nothing else is because you took them out of law, and they expire, and they expire just a few days from now, and millions of people are going to lose their health care because of that. No one is disputing the fact that we need to come together and address issues in regard to health care coverage. That's extremely important, and we need to do that, but you don't wait till days before. We have 3 legislative days left. This is ridiculous. But we're here today to discuss yet another Republican proposal that will rip away health care from millions of Americans. Over the weekend, we all saw news stories saying that a Christmas miracle would be needed to avoid a massive premium increase on hardworking Americans. Well, you know, the opposite of a miracle is a disaster, a tragedy, a misfortune, or a catastrophe. Well, let me tell you, this Republican health care plan is a tragic disaster, and it will rip health care coverage away from over 4 million Americans, our constituents. Republicans say we can't afford to extend the tax credits. I submit that we can't afford not to. And ironically, Republicans could afford to add $4.5 trillion to our national debt for a tax cut to billionaire Republican donors. They even say that Donald Trump's $20 billion bailout for Argentina, which is almost, by the way, the exact amount of extending 1 year of benefits, we could afford to do that, but we can't help hardworking Americans. This is not America first, it's America last. My Republican colleagues will tell you these premium tax credits go to wealthy Americans and to insurers. But according to the Joint Committee on Taxation, 94% of these tax cuts benefit families earning under $200,000 a year. This year, congressional Republicans have shown Americans where their priorities are. It's not affordability for middle-class, hardworking Americans. It's tax breaks for their billionaire donors and adding $4.5 trillion to the national debt while cutting nearly $1 trillion and kicking 15 million people off of their insurance. Of the 15 million, over 4 million can keep their coverage if we just extend the tax credits, as we Democrats have been trying to do. Democrats are fighting for working-class Americans to be able to afford their health care insurance, while congressional Republicans spent a month and a half on vacation in order to avoid fixing their disastrous cuts to health care. We could have spent that time discussing ways to come together and improve health care for the American people we represent in a bipartisan way. Instead, we're here debating a bill released on a Friday night when no one was watching. We know why you did it in the dark of night. It was to hide it from the American people. It will provide Americans worse health care insurance coverage for a higher cost. There's a simple solution to preventing millions of Americans from seeing their insurance premiums double or even triple in just the next 2 weeks. Pass a clean extension of the tax credits. After that, we can work together across the aisle to find a way to rein in health care costs and ensure quality, affordable coverage for all Americans. It's not something that can be done in just 2 weeks. This will take a commitment from both sides. And today, sadly, the Speaker announced that he will not allow a vote to extend these tax credits and save 24 million Americans from a devastating premium hike. Madam Chair, Ranking Member McGovern, even Republicans are condemning this decision, but they're not using language that I can repeat in this hearing today. Republicans have offered variations of the proposal that we're seeing here today over the course of the last 15 years. Many of these proposals we voted down, and we just 2.5 years ago we voted this stuff down. And that's because there was nowhere for them to go. They didn't have the support to pass in the Senate, as this doesn't have the support to pass in the Senate. But the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. Hardworking Americans are running out of time to be able to access affordable coverage, and I can assure you they think this proposal is insane. The bill undermines key protections enacted under the Affordable Care Act, and it makes it so many Americans will only be able to buy those junk policies that we tried to do away with. Under this Republican bill, insurers will once again be able to discriminate against people for pre-existing condition. People with cancer, people with asthma, people with heart disease. They'll even be able to charge you more if you're a woman. If Republicans get their way, Americans will be saddled with worse coverage at a higher cost. Double or triple the amount that they're paying now. We have got to stop this craziness. I yield back.
Thank you very much. Chairman Wahlberg, you are recognized.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Fox and Ranking Member McGovern and members of the committee. Thank you for inviting me to this parallel universe. Escalating costs for employer-provided health coverage are spiraling out of control. The Unaffordable Care Act has triggered an affordability crisis. It's time for simple steps to empower employers and the self-employed to take control of their health coverage and put them back in the driver's seat. H.R. 2528, the Association Health Plans Act, which had full debate and discussion in committee and was reported out this past summer, will make it easier for small businesses to offer high-quality, affordable health care coverage to their employees by allowing them to band together to gain the same regulatory and economic benefits as large group plans. When I meet with small business owners, one of their biggest concerns is the rising cost of health care. With inflation caused by Bidenomics, owning a small business is challenging enough without having to worry about finding health care coverage that doesn't break the bank. The Association of Health Plans Act is the solution. Health care plans that large companies enjoy will be within reach for working Americans and job creators on Main Street. By giving individuals an alternative to the Obamacare marketplace, we can increase access to lower premiums and lower costs of America's overall health care spending. Right now, small businesses are on an uneven playing field with larger companies and unions. Because they have fewer employees, small businesses have limited bargaining power when it comes to negotiating lower insurance costs for their workers. Under this bill, Association health plans will be open to self-employed individuals as well, so that they can too have the benefit of banding together. Expanding access to association health plans helps level the playing field, but small businesses still face barriers when it comes to protecting themselves through self-insurance. H.R. 2571 the Self-Insurance Protection Act reaffirms longstanding policies and practices supporting employers' right to self-insure and to purchase stop-loss insurance in order to mitigate the financial risk that self-insurance carries. Unfortunately, some states are prohibiting small employers from accessing stop-loss insurance by erroneously classifying it as health insurance. Stop-loss insurance is not health insurance, and this bill makes that clear. By preserving the availability of stop-loss insurance, H.R. 2571 prevents bureaucratic overreach and clarifies once and for all that small businesses have just as much of a right to self-insure as large businesses. The Unaffordable Care Act has failed America. It continues to fail. It always will fail its workers. The Unaffordable Care Act escalating costs are not sustainable. That's why we're patching it together again, at least the intentions of the Democrat Party is. It's time to give small employers and the self-employed the ability to design their health care coverage, which will control costs and make health care coverage affordable again. Workers and small businesses deserve better health care options. The Association Health Plans Act and the Self-Insurance Protections Act, all debated, reported out of committee, are innovative bills that cut health insurance costs, level the playing field, and offer small businesses, self-employed individuals, and gig workers a better pathway than the Unaffordable Care Act. We can give small businesses the tools they need to continue providing high-quality, affordable coverage to their employees. I look forward to seeing H.R. 6703 pass the House, and Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Donier, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Fox, and thank you, Ranking Member McGovern. It's nice to be back in the Rules Committee, and as a former longtime small business owner, I would politely disagree with the perceptions of Mr. Wahlberg, my friend and chair of the committee. The proposals in the so-called Lower Health Care Premiums for All Americans Act are a recycled, futile attempt to sabotage the Affordable Care Act while actually making it harder for many workers, families, to find affordable, high-quality health insurance. This legislative package includes two policy proposals that the Committee on Education and Workforce, as the chair indicated, marked up this year. First is a policy to recklessly expand the availability of association health plans with little regulatory oversight. Specifically, the bill would allow association plans to cherry-pick low-risk, young, healthy individuals into a separate pool. You may hear Republicans tout the bill's nominal protections against discrimination based on pre-existing conditions, but they admit details about other large loopholes that leave consumers vulnerable. In fact, this legislation explicitly authorizes associated health plans to set premiums based on the specific risk profile, quote unquote, of employer members, enabling them to charge higher premiums based on their age, gender, and other factors. And under the bill, association plans would also evade essential health benefits and other consumer protections. Association health plans could exclude certain categories of vital coverage, such as maternity care, mental health and behavioral health, or dissuade certain groups or individuals from enrolling. Perhaps worst of all, this bill also includes a new provision that appears to be a gateway for the Trump administration to promulgate rules that even further undermine the ACA market. Association health plans are a bad idea for simple math reasons. If healthy, low-risk individuals can leave the ACA risk pool, join a specific association, and pay lower rates, those who did not get into those plans will on average see significantly higher premiums. Let's be clear, only two low-cost groups will be in these plans because high-risk groups, such as those with pre-existing conditions or older groups, simply will not be able to form a group that charge less than the ACA regulated market. It's math. Under the ACA, everybody pays an average. Whether you have a pre-existing condition or not, everybody pays the same, and everybody gets the same affordable insurance. This proposal undermines the core promise of the ACA, access to affordable health care for everyone, all Americans. The flawed legislation may lower costs for some enrollees, but it would do so by skimping on benefits, increasing costs for everyone else. Republicans have pushed various versions of the legislation for decades, but all iterations suffer from the same individual flaws. They shift costs onto the more vulnerable. This is why 30 leading consumer and patient groups have expressed serious concerns about this harmful legislation. The other bill marked up by the committee was the Self-Insurance Protection Act, legislation that further erodes the ACA by exempting stop-loss insurance from the definition of health insurance. This bill would prevent the Secretaries of Health and Human Services, Labor, and Treasury from regulating stop-loss coverage. And even more troubling, the bill makes it virtually impossible for states to protect consumers from harmful practices by invalidating state laws that regulate stop-loss. Stop-loss insurance usually provides backup insurance for self-insured health plans and cover costs above catastrophic level, such as over $1 million. However, these policies can be written to cover anything over $1,000, essentially becoming regular health insurance, but without the normal requirements. These arrangements can allow an employer to have it both ways: enjoy the less prescription option or being self-insured while transferring financial risk to the insurance company. Yes, we can all agree that small businesses and self-employed people deserve access to affordable health care. But we should also agree that people deserve basic consumer protections to ensure that the insurance they get is high quality while it will be there when they most need it. That's why we passed the Affordable Care Act in the first place, and why when Democrats were in charge, we passed the American Rescue Plan Act and the Inflation Reduction Act to make coverage even more affordable. So the question before us is, do we want to ensure that every individual American can continue to access affordable, high-quality health care coverage, or do we want to pass this bill and create roadblocks for Americans seeking care? While my comments are focused on specific proposals within the education workforce jurisdiction, there are other harmful proposals on this bill, as other ranking members have mentioned. And in some, under the House Republican proposal, Americans will be forced to pay more and get less. The best way to reduce health care costs for millions of Americans right now is Leader Jeffrey's discharge petition, which would secure a clean 3-year extension of the ACA premium tax credits. We only need a handful of reasonable Republicans to sign on to the petition and bring it to the floor. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Donier. There's so many things to respond to, and so little time. However, I'll recognize myself for questions. Chairman Smith, well, first let me say, I have heard all I ever want to hear from people saying Republicans never offered an alternative to the Unaffordable Care Act. I hope nobody else says that in here today. I've been here, I believe there are about 4 of us in here who were here when the Unaffordable Care Act was passed. Republicans offered an alternative, and we've always offered an alternative. I hope nobody else will say that, because I will gavel them down. Mr. Smith, what law did Republicans pass that throws 15 million people off their health insurance? That's the accusation that was made a few minutes ago.
It's a great question. I've been setting up here listening to the testimony, Madam Chair, and it is unacceptable that people are not being honest and not being honest with the American people, because whenever you say that Republicans remove the subsidies, that's a complete lie. It's not false, it's a lie, because those subsidies were created solely by Democrats, and they chose to make them temporary in the American Rescue Plan and in the Inflation Reduction Act. They set the sunset for the end of this month. You know why they set the sunset for the end of this month? Is because they spent all their money making permanent environmental tax benefits for their wealthy donors instead of the American people, and that is just a fact, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. I think you're being very generous in what you are saying here. I also understand that a comment was made that there is only one way for Americans to access affordable health care, and that is through a discharge petition that has been introduced. However, Americans have lots of opportunities to access affordable health care, and this bill will do that, as you've said, for all Americans. And what our colleagues are saying is they want to cover 7% of Americans. Did I hear you say that correctly? And have I heard our colleagues on our side of the aisle say that correctly?
That's correct. There's roughly 47 million Americans. There's 24 million that's roughly on the exchanges. And all the conversation that you've heard from the other side today is about that 7% of the population. The employer-sponsored healthcare alone is 164 million people. Their premiums are going up, but they're not putting forward any solutions to lower their premiums. They say that they're for PBM reform, but they're not voting that way.
Correct. And would you like to explain about the ghost people that are being counted on the 24 million? We don't even believe it's 24 million. Is that not correct?
So out of the 24 million, it's quite disturbing that you look that almost just close to 12 million people last year never filed one medical claim. Not one. You cannot tell me that those 12 million people did not have a medical claim. These are people that are automatically enrolled in health insurance on the exchanges, and they don't know that they have health insurance. That's why they didn't file a claim. They had medical expenses, but guess what? Those insurance companies that the Democrats are fighting and pushing for these major subsidies, they still got their subsidies. But the American people did not get their health care coverage.
The health insurance companies are being paid for 12 million people who never filed a claim. Is that correct?
That's correct. That was last year alone, in 2024.
So if you say we are paying for 24 million, 12 million never filed a claim, so aren't we talking about an even smaller group of people that our colleagues want to spend a lot of money on?
$40 billion a year.
$40 billion a year. You've already mentioned this. I've said what the Democrats always want to do, and that's clear in this piece of legislation, it's clear in their defense of the Unaffordable Care Act. Throw money at a problem that they think. Premiums in the individual market have been rising since the Unaffordable Care Act was enacted. 129% since that bill was enacted. All our friends want to do is authorize more subsidies to insurance companies. It's the only proposal they've offered since 2014. They can't seem to shake their addiction to subsidizing insurance. As I said, there's much to say, little time. And with that, I recognize Mr. McGovern.
Well, there's plenty of time, Madam Chair. I'm happy to have you go on longer if you'd like, because again, this bill before us, this bill in its entirety has not gone through regular order. This is the first time we've ever seen this bill put together like this. And I want to remind you that you guys have been in charge for the last 3 years. I don't know what the hell you've been doing on health care, but you haven't been expanding protections for people. You haven't been, lowering costs. I don't know what's going on, and all of a sudden this comes out of the blue. I mean, if this were a priority, I think this would have been one of the first things you brought up. But it isn't, and I think this is being done. This is what we call in Massachusetts ass covering, because you're about to go home for the holidays, and people are about to see the tax credits expire, and people are going to make the choice to go without health care or have to pay exorbitantly more for their health care. This is ridiculous. And Mr. Smith, with all due respect, you throw the word lie around. Let me ask you a question, and let's just get this out of the way. Is it a lie that this Republican sorry excuse for a health care bill does not extend the Affordable Care Act's enhanced premium tax credits? Mr. Donier, are the tax credits extended in this? No. Mr. Thompson? No. Mr. Palone?
Absolutely not.
Mr. Smith?
We're focused on 100% of Americans, not just 7%, Mr. Governor. I know you only want to talk about the 7%, but we want 100.
But so you can't even answer the question.
I did.
No.
We are
Yes or no?
focused on
Yes
all
or no?
Americans, not just
Okay,
select
okay,
Americans.
Enough. I don't need you to filibuster. The American people, this is why the American people are sick of this majority.
That's
They are
exactly
sick of
why
this
the American
majority.
people
They
sick
wanna
of not
know
having low
Mr.
health care
Guthrie,
costs.
Mr. Guthrie, are the enhanced tax credits extended in this bill?
The base tax credits remain, and we did the
The
CSRs.
ACA tax credits are extended in this bill?
The base tax credits.
The answer is no. Mr. Wahlberg, are the ACA?
But the premium goes down 11% under our bill.
All right. Yeah, so, okay,
Instead of
so
5.
let me get this straight. So after failing to address the expiration of the premium tax credits all year, the plan put forward by Republicans in the House is to just let them expire. The plan is, hey, let's just allow healthcare costs to skyrocket for more than 20 million Americans who get their coverage through the ACA. And you want to call your bill the Lowering Healthcare Premiums for All Americans Act? I would call this a sick joke if it wasn't so goddamn serious. I do town halls regularly in my district. I've actually done town halls in other people's districts. And the number one concern is the cost of health care. And the panic by people who are enrolled in ACA plans about the expiration of these tax credits is unreal. And you have all these big plans to change the whole system. All right, let's do this in a sensible way and with regular order. But we have an immediate crisis that we can avert. We can make sure that these 25 million people don't get screwed over. And you should have been doing it all year, but let's work in a bipartisan way if that's what you want to do next year to try to figure this out. People are literally going to die because of Republicans' failure. And the Congressional Budget Office estimates that if the tax credits expire, that 4 million Americans lose their health care altogether because they'll no longer be able to afford it. People have already received notices from their insurance plans that say their premiums are going to go through the roof next year. On average, they will pay more than double. Some people are seeing premiums go up by more than $1,000 a month. And Republicans have said that they are about to have a health care plan for over a decade. I've been hearing that forever. And Trump continues to talk about having concepts of a plan, whatever the hell that means. But this clumsily thrown together health care package is just more of the same, a bunch of recycled partisan policies that we've seen for decades, stapled together, which will result in worse coverage, higher costs, and has absolutely zero chance of becoming law. So if by concept of a plan, you meant screwing millions of people over, including the millions who voted for Republicans in the last election, I think you've accomplished your goal. And it's not just that this is a lousy health care bill. The latest CBO score, I don't know if you've seen it, just came out, and this bill would kick 100,000 more people off their health care than if you did nothing. So by passing this bill, even more people are going to lose their health insurance. You also slipped in here a poison pill that is yet another attempt to ban abortion nationwide, and let me explain how. This bill makes it harder, if not impossible, for women with ACA plans to get an abortion, even in states where it is legal. And by tying cost share reduction subsidies to a ban on abortion, This bill goes beyond the Hyde Amendment, beyond the Dobbs Supreme Court case, and will leave millions of women without access to affordable insurance that covers abortion. This is a backdoor ban on abortion for millions of women in this country, plain and simple. And in states like Massachusetts, where ACA plans are required to cover abortion care, this bill penalizes all my constituents by increasing out-of-pocket costs for all health care services, not just abortion care. But again, this bill is not going to become law. We're wasting our time giving Republicans a show vote, a cover-your-ass vote, so they can pretend like they're doing something on health care before they skip town for the holidays. I mean, there's lots of things to be outraged about every day in this town, but this is truly outrageous. And it makes me sick. Mr. Guthrie, since 2020, when Democrats enacted the enhanced premium tax credits, enrollment in the ACA has more than doubled, from 11 to more than 24 million Americans. Do you know which states have seen the highest growth in people choosing ACA coverage?
I know that even with the shutdown and everything that's gone forward, there are more people enrolling in the ACA today than there was this time last year. I don't have a specific state.
Well, I'll tell you, the states are Texas, Mississippi, West Virginia, Louisiana, Georgia, and Tennessee. In fact, 88% of the growth in coverage have been in states that President Trump won in 2024. Now, allowing these policies to expire are going to hurt your own constituents the most. And what are you going to say to the 14,000 working people in Kentucky and their families who are going to see premium increases in just a few weeks? What will you say to the 60-year-old couple earning roughly $85,000 who will see premiums go up by more than $20,000 next year?
We're putting forth the cost-sharing reductions that we had in this summer and the working family tax cuts, and it's estimated that these plans will go down 11%. If the enhanced tax credit goes into place, it goes up down 5%. We're estimating they're going to go down 11%.
Let me just read to you some stories from some folks in my district. Let me quote. I just received my letter, and my monthly costs have gone from $1,287 to $3,026 for next year. As a working family with a daughter who has an autoimmune disease, we're struggling. I'm working 50-plus hours a week just to pay the insurance. Another one. If I continue on the same plan I am on now, it will be 2.5 times more and be unaffordable. $1,500 plus a month is incredulous for a person's health premium. When I calculate my net income, not gross, it is beyond sustainable. Another person. With the Health Connector, I was paying $264 per month. Acceptable, seeing I am healthy but not young. Without the advanced premium tax credit, my monthly premium will be just over $800 per month. I can and I won't pay that. I will go without. These are real stories from real people that I represent. I don't know how anyone could sit here and claim that somehow this bill is going to lower premiums. It's absurd. I mean, the crisis is now. The crisis is now. And this is another thing I find inexcusable. I mean, Republicans are saying that it is, quote, too expensive to extend the health care tax credits for working people. But yet they had no problem with giving $4.5 trillion in tax cuts in the big ugly bill, giving millionaires an extra $80,000 per month. Mr. Thompson, wasn't it true that Republicans used fantasy math called the current policy baseline to say that? Anytime you extend a tax cut, the cost of the taxpayer should be actually zero?
Yeah, they used particularly fuzzy math, and they said because we spent money last year, it doesn't count this year. And like, if you paid for your lunch yesterday and the day before, you don't have to pay for it today and tomorrow. It's pretty ridiculous. And the other thing, Mr. McGovern, that I think needs to be pointed out, Chairman Smith was talking about people who didn't use their insurance, and somehow that was fraudulent behavior. That's just not accurate. If that's not how insurance works, and we all know that. There's people, I'm sure, in this room today who haven't used their insurance. I pay for my auto insurance, and I didn't wreck my car and haven't had to use it. So it's not fraud. And Madam Chair, to suggest that Democrats only want to throw money at problems, I would submit to you that anybody who says you can't fix a problem by throwing money at it. It's talking about somebody else's problem.
But, Mr. Thompson, by Republicans' own logic, shouldn't extending the enhanced ACA tax credits, which have been around since 2020, cost $0 under Republicans' current policy baseline math?
I guess if you use their math, that's probably accurate, but
So I think we get it, right? I mean, when it's tax cuts for billionaires that were set to expire, at the end of the year, Republicans moved heaven and earth to pass a bill by July 4th. But when it's health care tax credits for working families, that's just too expensive. Mr. Thompson, one other question. You know, we've heard a lot from Republicans that the ACA tax credits go to the wealthy, go to wealthy Americans or to big insurance companies. Can you fact-check that claim for our committee?
yeah, I can. I know that that's not accurate. I have somewhere here a number where the folks who do this, the experts that we rely on to crunch the numbers have told us that that's not true. They don't just go to the wealthy.
Mr. Palone, I keep hearing Republicans saying that their so-called health care plan is going to lower premiums, pointing to policies like funding cost sharing reductions. Can you clarify, does this policy do anything to lower out-of-pocket expenses for Americans?
Well, I'll mention it.
You got to put your mic on.
Two things. I mean, obviously, if they're not going to get the enhanced tax credits, not only are the costs going to double or triple, you know, in New Jersey, they're going to double or triple for your premium costs, but many people will just not have health insurance at all. But the other thing is these cost-sharing reductions, which Chairman Guthrie still mentions. I mean, first of all, they are payments to the insurance companies. So, you know, you keep talking about payments to insurance companies. Well, cost-sharing reductions are payments to insurance companies, too. But beyond that, all that those things do is they don't actually help the person with their deductibles or their copays. What they do is force them from a silver plan into a bronze plan. And in the bronze plan, the deductible is much higher. For example, the average deductible for a bronze plan is $7,500 for an individual. So you're pushing people into a plan that doesn't have as good coverage and has higher deductibles and higher copays.
Yeah, let me just close here by saying to my Republican friends, the American people are watching. By the way, there are some Republicans in this House who support extending the ACA tax credits. So this is not just a Democratic idea. And I suspect if we can have a fair vote, and that you see a lot of Republicans actually support this. But I'll just close with this. I mean, where the hell have you guys been? I mean, you've been in charge for a long time now, too long in my opinion. And, you know, I'm on the Rules Committee. Every bill that goes to the floor comes through this committee. And we've seen some crappy bills go to the floor. I mean, we're getting to a place, this place is becoming an institution where trivial issues get debated passionately and important ones not at all. The health care of the people of this country should be a priority. We should have been talking about this stuff in a more serious, concerted way a long time ago. And now we're at the edge of a cliff. And I'm going to tell you, we're going to fight like hell to make sure that people don't get screwed, that we're going to extend these tax credits, and then we can talk about how we fix our health care system at large, which needs to be addressed. In my opinion, quite frankly, our health care system is too focused on profits and not enough focused on the quality of care for patients. I thank the gentlelady. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. We've been in the majority almost 3 years. Huh? Ms. Fishbach, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to accurately describe some of what we're talking about, because we talk about these subsidies. What we are talking about is enhanced COVID-era subsidies. I think Chairman Guthrie tried to point out that the underlying subsidies remain. These are enhanced COVID era, when spending was incredible, blowing up, and these were done, and so we have been trying to get the COVID era spending under control, and these were set to expire, and I think Chairman Smith pointed that out. These were set to expire by the original legislation that was put together, supported, and passed by the Democrats. So I think when we talk about these things, we need to be more accurate because we're throwing around a lot of words. We're talking about subsidies, but there's different kinds of subsidies. These are enhanced COVID-era subsidies, and I can't say that enough because we are just really making a mess of this, of the discussion, because the Democrats refuse to really use the accurate language about enhanced COVID-era subsidies. So I just wanted to say that because I think that it really makes it difficult for the American people to understand exactly what we're talking about when the Democrats use language that just makes it sound like everybody, these subsidies are being cut for everybody, everything's going to happen, when we are talking about, as Chairman Smith pointed out, 7% of the people. 7%. So I think that we do need to, make sure that we are focused and people understand that. I did want to, point out again what Chairman Smith had mentioned during his opening statement about some of the things that we have already done, whether it be in the big beautiful bill or in reconciliation, about some of the things we have done to address that. And Ways and Means, and I can't speak for the other committees, but I sit on Ways and Means, and we have been talking about healthcare. We have been trying to do things that will be helpful, that will bring down costs, and making sure that healthcare is available and for all the American people. And so we have been doing those things. And I don't know if there's anything, Chairman Smith, that you wanted to point out, reiterate of some of those things that we have done that will be helpful?
Absolutely. As I stated earlier, in the big beautiful bill, according to CBO, the healthcare policies that we put in there said that, in fact, premiums will be lowered because of what we did with integrity provisions, along with expanding HSAs. We expanded health savings accounts to people on the exchanges. They had not ever been on there until we did it in the big beautiful bill. And so that gives them tax-free to be able to, cover their out-of-pocket healthcare expenses. And I think it's super important, Representative, that what we hear is a lot from the Democrats defending a broken system, that it rewards health insurers. It rewards health insurers for raising prices instead of lowering premiums. And that's big. And I think it's important to note that since passage of Obamacare, or the Unaffordable Care Act, 150 rural hospitals have shut their doors. Premiums have skyrocketed. And guess what has also skyrocketed? The stock prices of those insurance companies. I could go through 4 different insurance companies right here. United Health, since passage of this bill, has seen their stock price rise 916% since passage of Obamacare. And who were the biggest players in drafting the Unaffordable Care Act? It was the health insurers. But guess what? Centene, a Missouri company, Centene, their stock price increased 541% since passage of the Unaffordable Care Act. Elevance, their stock price in those 15 years has increased 458%. There's a common theme. The insurers are making a lot of money at the expense of regular Americans that see their premiums go up. It's expected that everyone on the exchanges is going to face about a 20% increase in their premiums this year, and only 4% of that 20% is due from expiration of the premium tax credits. The remainder is just the insurance companies taking care of business.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I know that you mentioned earlier, no, I think it was you, Mr. Smith, and he's my chairman, so I have to. But I think you mentioned the 12 million folks that never filed a claim. and that it looks, and I've been reading the GAO report on the fraud. And so I'm wondering if there's anything in the bill that you could point to that would help us with that, given, as I look at some of the numbers in here that this fraud has cost us and the problems that they found have cost us, I'm wondering if what in this bill would be helpful, not only to that, but the 12 million.
The GAO report that you were referring to, it should alarm every member of Congress, because when you advocate for extending the current exchanges as is with no reforms, you're basically putting a bow on all that fraud. And the GAO, just in the last 2 weeks, in their report said more than 59,000 people were being subsidized that were dead. 59,000. And, they set up fake accounts in that GAO report. 100% of the fake identities and fake Social Security numbers they used were approved. And 90% of those were still being subsidized this year after they were approved. And there was one Social Security number alone that had more than 125 different policies attached to it. And when the Democrats say, let's just extend the current program, they want to extend that kind of fraud, and we're not about that.
And I appreciate that, and I know that it is something that we have looked at in ways, is we've looked at not only fraud here, but fraud across our the areas we have jurisdiction over, because it's costing Americans tax dollars, and we have to be more responsible, and we have to be more vigilant on where those tax dollars are going, because we owe it to the American people. And so I appreciate that we are doing that. And Madam Chair, with that, I will yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Fishbach. Mr. Neguse, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to yield just a moment to the ranking member for unanimous consent request.
Thank you. I want to talk about fraud, too, and I'd like to ask unanimous consent to insert into the record this document here. I just want my colleagues to know that Donald Trump has pardoned or issued commutations for 12 convicted of health care fraud. And at the same time, Republicans want to kick millions of hardworking families off of health coverage under the guise of preventing fraud and abuse. But the President of the United States is actively engaged in pardoning those in this industry guilty of fraud. And
Without objection.
Thank you. I thank the gentleman.
Thank the ranking member. So just a couple of things right off the bat that I think are largely red herrings that I think are worth disabusing folks of. First, this notion that because the subsidies expire this year, and because the legislation that was authored years ago contemplated their expiration this year, that means Congress shouldn't take a look at them, is completely disabused by the fact that you all have spent the last year touting as your signature accomplishment, you all meaning the Republicans, of course, in this room, the extension of the tax breaks for the richest Americans among us that expired this year. You all wrote the tax law. I don't know if Ms. Fishbach was here in 2017, but I don't think she was, neither was I. But the Republicans in this room who were here at that time, you wrote the law. You contemplated their expiration this year. And this argument that somehow you're precluded from touching them by virtue of the fact that you contemplated their expiration years ago, I just think is an intellectually dishonest argument. So let's debate the merits of the proposal that you all have submitted. Let's dispense with that, number one. Number two, and Mr. Smith, you seem to be making this argument. I'm surprised that you're making it, but you're certainly entitled to do so. Simply because these credits only apply to, as you say, I think you said 7% of the American population, and that, I presume, includes, it's obviously different state by state, that's hundreds of thousands of people in Missouri. It's hundreds of thousands of people in Colorado. And I've not come across the kind of, in my view, heartless arguments that I'm hearing in this room that because it's only this small portion of the population that we should all be content to ignore it. I've heard from a lot of folks in my district who are going to get hit with incredibly high premium increases on the exchange. And while I agree with Mr. Donier and others who have made the case that we ought to engage in good faith on a bipartisan basis to address the other parts of our healthcare system that are clearly broken, That is not mutually exclusive to addressing the problem that is right in front of us, which is the expiration of these tax credits. And I find that argument to be one that, again, is kind of divorced from the reality that a lot of our constituents are facing. Mr. Guthrie, Chairman Guthrie, I should say, welcome back. I want to ask you a couple questions. I wrote this down, in your opening, you said, I think I quoted this right, I hope we can work across the aisle on this issue. How many legislative hearings has this bill received in your committee?
Well, so you're talking about the parts of the bill, the cost sharing reductions, we had legislative
I'm
hearings?
talking about the bill that we're talking about today. I'm talking the bill that you're
As of today,
testifying on.
This has not had legislative hearing. The
Okay.
specific bill, but we've
Got
had,
it.
everything in the
Has
bill
it-
has been through
Has it had a
committee.
markup?
We did markup on cost sharing reductions, and we did markup on
The
PBM
bill that
reform.
we're sitting here, that you're here to testify on this bill? We're
This
going to vote on it
specific bill did
tomorrow?
not have a markup.
Did not have a markup, right? You all had a markup last week in your full committee.
We did have
This
a-
bill wasn't one of them. I looked at the list, saving homeowners from overregulation with exceptional rinsing. That's called the Shower Act. You're familiar with that bill?
I'm familiar with the
Shower
bill.
Act. That's a bill that you all took up last week. There's another one here, Don't Mess with My Home Appliances Act. Interesting title. Do you remember that bill?
Yeah, people want to be able to buy the appliance of their choice,
Got it.
not what's
So-
mandated by the government.
Don't Mess with My Home Appliances Act. Plenty of time to take up that bill last week. Plenty of time to take up the Shower Act.
We have plenty of time to take up this bill, too.
Well, this bill didn't get a markup in your committee,
Well, we're
Mr.
ready. It's
Chairman.
before us today.
You had 15, not before the Rules Committee, not before the
I
Energy
know,
and
but I'm
Commerce
saying we
Committee.
have time to bring it up today.
Oh, well, why don't you have a markup, if that's the case? If you scheduled one?
We're going to get a vote. You're going to get to vote
I'm
yes or
not
no.
asking about a vote,
Yeah,
Mr.
you're
Chairman.
gonna get a
Come
vote.
on. You know
We
what
got
I'm
the cost share
asking.
reductions, going to lower premiums by 11%,
you.
scored by CBO.
I hear you, Mr.
And so
Chairman.
we're going to have a chance to
We're
make
gonna
that
talk about
decision.
the CBO score.
PBM reform is in the bill. We're going
I-
to have a chance to vote on that on the floor.
I hear you. I think you could imagine the dismay of folks that I represent in Colorado, I suspect in Kentucky too, who say, wait a minute, you've got this really powerful Energy and Commerce Committee. Boy, members of Congress, at least those that I know, they fight really hard to get on this committee. You schedule a markup last week, you've got 15 bills. 6 of those 15 bills are on home appliances, the Shower Act, and you can't be bothered to include your health care plan that you've been spending a year
We have been
developing?
working on this bill. We have been working on this bill. We marked it up in May before it came
Well,
to sections of this bill.
You mentioned working on a bipartisan
We've
basis.
done PBM reform in a bipartisan way.
Have you worked with Mr. Palone on this bill?
We're not on this specific bill, but
Not on this bill?
we've worked on bipartisan
Isn't
on
this the big one?
PBM reform.
Well, the reason why I say that, Mr. Guthrie, is because I actually agreed with the premise, with that line in your testimony about working in good faith on, with respect to this particular issue across party lines. And it's pretty clear to me that that's not embedded in this bill. But in any event, let's talk about the cornerstones of this bill. I think some of this ground was traversed by our ranking member, but not to belabor it, I suppose, let's just make sure we get all of our facts right. So the bill before us, and this is not, I'm going to preface this, because we're going to talk about the CBO score. This isn't a trick question. The bill does not include an extension of the enhanced premium tax credits from 2021, right? Okay. Does the bill include any additional funds for health savings accounts? I know there has been some discussion about that in other quarters. Is that, no, correct? Okay. The bill does not include any additional funds for flexible spending accounts. Correct? Mr. Guthrie? These aren't trick questions. What do you mean you don't have the answer? I'm asking, or is it Mr. No, it does not. Yeah, the answer is no. I mean, yeah.
No, it does not.
Okay, so this is your health care bill. The health care bill does not include any extension of tax credits for working families under the Affordable Care Act. It does not include any additional funds for health savings accounts. It doesn't include any additional funds for flexible spending accounts. And according to the CBO, it kicks off 100,000 people off of their health insurance over the course of the next 8 years. That's the health care plan that you're asking us to vote for?
So the healthcare plan we're asking to vote for has cost-sharing arrangements.
I heard you on that.
Reductions that lower premiums projected by CBO.
Did anything I
by
say, was anything that I said
11%.
untrue?
But also you look at CBO, what they estimated several times that the behavior of people going in and out of exchanges, and they've missed. I think the ranking members talked about how many more people on the Affordable Care Act exchanges. There are more people signing up for the Affordable Care Act exchanges today than there were this time last year.
So you're saying that the CBO, you think the CBO is wrong?
The CBO has notoriously missed when they're trying to measure human behavior. They make good estimates on economics.
But you don't
but I think-
dispute that the CBO has said, according to their estimates, when I guess what I'm saying is,
Well, they have said that, but I'm just saying that they've missed those
They've said
estimates
what?
before. They've missed human behavior
No.
before. Well, so what I'm saying is,
What is
well, they
this-
did say that the bill before us will lower premiums in the marketplace by 11%.
So they're right about
Whereas
that,
if you
but they're
do the
wrong
ini-
about the
Well,
insurance.
they've done economic modeling before, and they've proven to be most of the times predictable. When you start measuring human behavior, they just haven't. They said more people were going to come off the exchanges last year. We know more people are on the
Can
exchanges.
I get you to say what it is that they've predicted about human behavior? I guess so we're operating under the same set of facts, even if you disagree with what they're saying?
I say they're misestimating what they're saying.
And what are they saying?
Well, you just said it.
Okay. So
Okay.
that's what I said. So it's like, who's on first, who's on second? So, okay, so the CBO says that 100,000 people will lose their insurance if
But
this...
look at the
No,
people
let me finish,
that
Mr.
okay.
Mr. Chairman, and then I'll... The CBO says 100,000 people will lose their insurance if the Republican health care plan becomes law. You agree the CBO says that, you disagree.
They say they'll choose other options or choose other things. So look.
Okay.
So this is what I give. So this is the issue that I think that
Well, let's
you
talk
let
about
out.
the
Let me
CBO
just-
estimate. We'll move on. We'll move on. We've
So
traversed that
so
ground.
you got people in the marketplace, and you got a lot of people in the marketplace that are small business owners. That's they don't get it through their employer.
Yep.
So we're looking at how do we help employers have lower premiums, not just people in the marketplace. We know that people in the marketplace who do cost sharing reductions to lower the premiums by 11% instead of 5%.
Got it.
But who's in the marketplace? A lot of it's small business people who are engaged in businesses, but they don't have employer-sponsored health
I've got-
insurance.
I've got limited
They don't
time.
have the risk pools.
Chairman, I hear you.
And so we got the associated health
I'm gonna
plans
ask
to
Mr.
help.
Wahlberg.
So people will move into other areas,
Madam
and they have
Chair.
associated health plans. I'll
Thank
give
you.
you,
Thank
I'll
you,
yield
Mr.
back.
Chairman. Yeah, I've got some questions for Mr.
But you asked me a
Wahlberg.
question, I need to answer the full question.
Well, you answered it. I mean, I hear you. I think you conceded that the CBO believes that 100,000 people...
We're giving people other options to buy health insurance.
Let me finish my statement.
I'm just saying.
I'm not answering your question.
Okay.
The CBO, because we're going to talk about the associated health plans in a second. CBO believes that 100,000 people will lose their health insurance. You disagree with that conclusion. You do agree with their conclusion about premiums. You're very quick to agree to that. But what's interesting is you don't use the terminology that they use. The CBO doesn't say that premiums will decrease by 11%. They say gross premiums will decrease by 11%.
Right.
Why do they say that? Do you wonder why they say that?
It's the premiums that that people
Because
buy on the
the
marketplace.
net premiums will go up by virtue of the expiration of the tax credits, right?
Well, it depends on where you are in the system.
Depends
So if
on
you're,
where
if,
you
if you're
are.
the, if you're the most needy, so you're at 250% of poverty or less,
Sure.
then the $0 premiums go away, so you don't pay zero, but you're also getting the cost sharing reductions
Yep.
that help pay your
And
out-of-pockets.
what about everybody else?
So
There's a reason
it's the
that-
people that are above 400% of poverty.
There's a reason that for the vast majority of those individuals who are receiving the tax credit, the net premiums for them will go up under this bill. There's a reason the CBO reached that
And
conclusion.
we need to give them other opportunities to buy health insurance out of
Well,
the marketplace, which is associated health plan.
Let's talk about those other opportunities, Mr. Wahlberg, the associated health plans, because I know this is your committee.
Sure is.
And unlike some of the other components of this bill, you did mark up this piece of it.
We
or
marked
just
it
one
up,
component. So I want to ask you, I'll ask you a question about it. So my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, is that the associated health plans under this bill would not be subject to the ACA rule concerning essential health benefits. Is that, am
Like
I-
large corporations.
I'm not asking
Same
you
thing.
to compare it. So is that yes or no? Is it?
That's yes.
That's yes. Okay. So do you know what the 10 essential health benefits are under the ACA?
I could be probably prompted to list them for you.
How about if I give you?
I think the key is the
Well, let
fact
me give you a few
that
examples.
This is no different than the large corporations
Let me give you
as
a
well.
few examples. You can tell me if I'm wrong. My understanding is under the ACA, essential health benefits include pediatric care,
Sure.
right? Maternity care, hospitalization, emergency services. So these are all components of the Affordable Care Act that are required for health insurance plans that are regulated by the Affordable Care Act. And your plan for these individuals who will no longer be able to access the enhanced tax credit, so therefore won't be able to afford insurance anymore, is to go get a plan that might not offer pediatric care, might not offer emergency care, might not offer hospitalization. That sounds to me not like a health care plan.
That sounds to me like a major assumption that you're making.
Major assumption.
Go back to CBO. Let's talk about CBO in relation to associated health plans. They previously stated that 400,000 uninsured individuals, 400,000 uninsured individuals, if given the chance, would enroll in AHPs.
I think it's 300,000, I thought was the
400,000 according to CBO. You can make up your own number. CBO said
The
400,000.
CBO estimate today, or the one?
400,000, they said. And they said 3.6 million people who would have had other coverage would choose to enroll in AHPs, resulting in 4 million additional people covered by AHPs. That doesn't sound like an insignificant number of people that have a self-interest to have pediatric coverage and the rest of the essentials you talked about.
It sounds like you're a big fan of these AHPs.
I certainly am.
Are you on
It's
one?
an option.
Are you
It's
on
an
one?
option. I'm not. I don't have to be on this. But I want to
What
talk.
do you mean you don't have to be?
I have insurance otherwise.
What kind of insurance?
A good insurance.
Not an
That's
AHP?
not the question.
Well,
What
I-
about the small businesses?
Do you get essential
And
health
What about
benefits?
the employers?
Wait a minute, Mr.
The
Chairman.
question is, do you want to give the same opportunities to small businesses and employers
I think that the people should have
like
the same.
you give to the large corporations?
I think they should have the same insurance you have.
Absolutely. I agree with you.
I suspect that your plan covers the essential health benefits under the ACA. Am I wrong?
I would assume it does, not
Yeah.
not
Why
maternity.
can't they get that?
Not maternity, because frankly, I'm too old.
Well, I appreciate that, but why can't your constituents get the same
They
essential health
can.
benefits?
Give
that
them
you
the
do?
opportunity
Not
for
under
these
these
choices.
plans.
For these choices, absolutely.
It's not required.
You don't think, well, are you saying Ford Motor Company
saying
doesn't
that-
give it?
I'm saying
Don't
that-
you think unions give it?
I
Of
am
course
saying
they
that there are a
do.
variety of plans.
Of course.
Once
and
it's
why
no longer
would,
a legal requirement.
Why would in the competition in the marketplace,
Well-
small businesses not want to give their employees
I hear you.
the same opportunities?
I think that, Madam Chair, I only have one more question. It's a two-part question, though. But I appreciate the chairwoman's indulgence. I appreciate the chairwoman's indulgence.
It's just good fun.
I count that as two questions.
I want to go to Mr. Guthrie, or actually Mr. Smith. I'll just ask you, Mr. Smith. The amendments that have been offered, there were two amendments, I believe, from some of your Republican colleagues, Mr. Fitzpatrick, Mr. Lawler, on extending the ACA tax credits. And my understanding is that those amendments will likely be ruled out of order. Do you have a belief as to whether or not that should be the case? Would you support those amendments being ruled in order so that?
Are you asking that question with me?
Yes, sir.
Well, it's up to the Rules Committee to decide that, and just follow the rules of the House.
And second part to that question, with respect to the rules of the House, my understanding is that the Speaker told Mr. Fitzpatrick and Mr. Lawler and other Republican members that they had to find an offset for the tax credit because the current policy baseline rule that you all used for the bill earlier this year, the tax bill, would not be operative with respect to their amendments. Do you agree with me that that's bad faith? To say to them, your own members of your caucus, that you're not going to apply the current policy baseline for their amendments on health care credits, but that you will apply that with respect to the tax bill? Or am I?
What I think is bad faith is the fact that Republicans have put forward a couple discharge petitions with reforms on it, and not one Democrat will sign on.
Oh, listen, hey, I'll make you a promise right now.
Because Fitzpatrick
I hear you.
and Jen Kiggins have
Chairman,
discharge
I
petitions
hear you.
with proper reforms,
Sure.
and not one Democrat will sign on to
Chairman,
it.
I'll just say this. Number one of the, and I'll conclude by this, one of the petitions that you mentioned, I believe, does have several Democratic signatures, if I'm not mistaken. Number two, I would just tell you that there are any number of Democrats, I think, that would support those discharge petitions if one Republican would join the discharge petition that's pending that has the most signatures of any discharge petition pending right now in the House, which is the discharge petition that, this wasn't a question, Mr. Chairwoman, Madam Chairwoman, you give me the chance to conclude here, that has the most signatures in the House with respect to this particular issue. I'm just saying it is bad faith to tell Mr. Fitzpatrick that the current policy baseline will not apply to him, that it applies to your efforts to get through your tax bill earlier this year, but now somehow it's inconvenient, and we're not going to apply it here when average people in Colorado and across the country are trying to get health care tax credit extensions approved. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Neguse, and I think here, we're not in court, but hearsay shouldn't take up so much time. Hearsay, you are presenting it as hearsay. Mr. Norman, you are recognized.
You know, I find it interesting, all this debate going on, and my good friends on the opposite side of the aisle, not once had they come to the conclusion that waste, fraud, and abuse may take part in the extended subsidies they want extended. Have, Ms. Smith, has there been any outrage over what the GAO report has? Have y'all heard anything?
From my counterparts?
Yes.
I've not heard one Democrat raise the GAO report. The reason why you won't see a Republican on the discharge petition that Mr. Neguse was talking about, Mr. Norman, is simply because it's just extending the waste, fraud, and abuse that's currently in the program, and we want reforms to make sure that American tax dollars are spent appropriately, instead of to dead people being subsidized to insurance companies.
Well, if you roll back the time with the doers reports, which identified waste, fraud, and abuse, starting with USAID, and it went down the line with PBS. Things were funded with taxpayers' dollars that never should have been funded. Was there any outrage? It was other than criticism of a man who identified this? To expand what you said, Mrs. Smith, earlier today, subsidized health insurance for 23 of 24 fictitious applications submitted by GEO. They found that tens of billions of dollars in advanced subsidies to health insurers have not been reconciled. Have you heard any outrage over that?
I have not.
Have you heard the phrase, the findings of GAO confirmed by Paragon Research as to improper and phantom enrollment, identified 6.4 million improper enrollees in fully subsidized plans in 2025. Have they said anything about that?
The only response to the GAO report is for them to extend the current program as is in
Just
that
throw
discharge
money at it.
petition.
Yeah.
Without any reforms.
Okay, and I think maybe been Michelle, Ms. Fishbach mentioned this, but in total for 24 and 25, the agency created 20 fictitious identities and submitted 24 applications across the 24 and 25 plan years, and they enrolled 23 of the 24 applicants.
That's correct.
Have you heard about the GA reports that, based on a preliminary analysis, they couldn't identify evidence of reconciliation in IRS tax data as of April of 2025 for over $21 billion?
I have not heard them raise concerns about it.
And it means nearly a third of the money paid to the individual Social Security numbers was not matched to a tax return of any kind.
In fact, there were several fake Social Security numbers that weren't even valid that were able to enroll from GAO's investigation.
Let me give this, just what you mentioned. More than 58,000 Social Security numbers receiving subsidies matched Social Security death records. Any mention by my good friends on the other side?
Not at all.
You know, if this weren't so serious, it would be funny, but it's not. You know, they shut down, they talk about us being late. Who shut the government down for 48 43 days.
The Democrats shut it down for health insurance for illegals.
For illegals.
And then they wanted to spend $1.5 trillion in additional dollars. That was their counter proposal.
And Mr. McGovern, quote him, we're going to fight like hell to, I guess, advance what he's saying, to throw money at it. We're going to fight like hell to stop throwing money at it, and we're going to fight like hell to show the American people where this came from. You know, we all remember we were told we could keep our plan and keep our doctors. Was any of that true? And you lay it at their feet. $7,000 people, would it shock you, who had Social Security numbers were dead before the coverage began. They were dead, meaning the applicants used Social Security numbers of dead people. 94 million applicants were sent to health insurance on behalf of the deceased people. Who won on that case? Who was benefiting on that?
The insurance companies.
Which the math that you showed about the increases in stock price, they're taking up for them. They're not taking up for the people they say they represent.
Not just taking up for, they're advocating for them to have more subsidies without reform so that they can continue to make these profits off of dead people.
Well, it's a crying shame. You know, this isn't perfect, but it's the first step in the right direction. Mr. Guthrie, wouldn't you say that this is a work in progress? We're not letting a plan for 15 years that has derailed the medical field. What was the number of doctors that we have a shortage of now?
I don't have that number off the top of my head, but I'll tell you about
I
not
heard
even
90,000, well, it may not have been that high.
but not even not outrage in the Working Families Tax Cut this summer. We put program integrity in the marketplace. It mandated that people had to enroll every year, a couple other rules, and it was estimated by CBO that would save $70 billion over 10 years, so $70 billion worth of fraud that would be saved because of this. And when we did pass it, so every member of the House that voted for the bill did go to the Senate, and then integrity in the program got challenged by the Democrat senators, and it was taken out because they said it didn't pass the Byrd rule. So not only did they not show outrage, they use a parliamentary procedure to let it continue.
The American people deserve better, and to throw money at something and not address waste, fraud, abuse, when they're the ones that criticized from day one the Doge Commission, and now this is crickets. If you had to have them explain why they're not addressing any of this. So I applaud your work you've done. It's been, like you mentioned, that some of the committees have met on this for months, and it's a step in the right direction, and thank y'all for your work. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Norman. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez, I think, would you like to begin your questioning, or would you like to wait till we come back? I think it would be better if we go vote and then come back. Sure. All right. The committee stands in recess until the start of the last vote on the floor. Thank you all very much.
Test, 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 1, 2, 3. Test, 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 1, 2, 3, test, test.
The committee will reconvene. I'll note that Mr. Landsman has relieved Mr. Palone from the Committee on Energy and Commerce, and Mr. Thompson from the Committee on Ways and Means is unable to attend. So you guys can spread out a little bit. Okay, I now recognize Ms. Ledger-Fernandez for her questioning.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And before I begin, I wanted to yield a few minutes to my ranking member, Mr. McGovern.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I just want to correct the record on something. We heard from some of the Republican witnesses before the break that no Democrats had signed on to either the Fitzpatrick or Kiggins discharge petitions, and that's just not true. The Fitzpatrick petition has been signed by 12 Democrats and 13 Republicans. The Kiggins bill discharge petition was actually filed by a Democrat, Representative Gottheimer. His petition has been signed by 29 Democrats and 12 Republicans. And of course, Leader Jeffries' discharge petition for a 3-year extension has been signed by 214 Democrats and so far 0 Republicans. So we are not the problem here, and I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a list of current signatories of each of these discharge petitions.
Without objection.
And I'd also like to ask unanimous consent to insert into the record basically an exhaustive list of Donald Trump's promises on health care over the years. You know, all these big lofty promises that, you know, go back to his first term and now his second term, and none of which has been followed through on. But I think it's important that the record reflect all talk and no action. And I ask that to be put into the record.
Without objection.
Thank you. I thank the gentlelady for yielding.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to tell a story that I think is heartbreaking. Adam Zawarski, she was 18 weeks pregnant, Brenda Wahlberg. She was having a miscarriage. But because of Texas abortion restrictions, doctors refused to treat her because they were worried about being labeled criminals. They waited until she became septic. As you know, that can kill you. And she indeed almost died. She lost a fallopian tube, and her ability to have children is now at risk. And I tell that story because her experience is an example, and there are many more of these across the country, of what happens when politicians get involved in the decisions between a woman and her doctor. And Chairman Guthrie, do you think it is right that a woman should have to go into sepsis and almost die, become infertile, before her doctors will treat her?
Obviously don't think that's what's happened, but also don't think the public wants to pay for abortions either.
Well, you know, that's the interesting thing, is that right now, the federal government does not pay for abortion care. And what will happen, though, is that access to health care for women is key. And I see that the back doorway in which Republicans are intending to restrict access to abortion care in states like New Mexico, where it is legal. I need to tell you, in New Mexico, I almost died in pregnancy. And I was the woman who was on the operating table, bleeding to death, bleeding to death. I got to make every decision with regards to what care I wanted, and my doctors did not have to worry about whether it would be paid for by my health insurance plan or whether they would go to jail because of decisions I needed to make based on my own choices. And right now, what you have done in this bill is a backdoor way of restricting women's access to health insurance to pay for reproductive health, even in private insurance plans. And Representative Ranking Member now, you have stepped into this. Can you explain to the public why we are as worried as we are about the restrictions on reproductive health from private insurance companies with what they are doing in this bill?
Because doctors and hospitals, folks providing the health care, have to make a decision as to whether or not they're in compliance with the law or not. And with provisions like this one, the assumption will be made by some that it's best to just avoid providing the care, meaning that expecting mothers will not get the care they need. I want to share one quick story. My wife, she had a miscarriage. It was, she woke up in the middle of the night. It was 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. I heard this loud thud. I went into the bathroom. She was bleeding all over. She had fainted, hit her head, and I thought she might be dead. I obviously got her up and got her to the hospital, and they were waiting for me at the hospital, at the emergency room doors. Like, I just remember them all waiting, because we had called in advance. And they immediately cared for her. They didn't think twice. She got the care she needed, and within a couple hours, she was alert, and she was okay. Now, if you start to put this language into bills, people will start shutting those doors and saying, you can't come in. We're not going to provide health care because it may be considered abortion care, even though it's not. And so we're going to deny you care.
Right, and what the Republicans are doing in this bill is really limiting the ability of women, like in New Mexico or in places where that care
Ohio.
is not restricted, to be able to access the health insurance, even through private plans. And this is why it is so nefarious that they are trying to limit women's access to reproductive health care that we are paying for ourselves in private health insurance plans. And it will cost people's lives. We have already talked about the number of people who will die when they lose health insurance, right? It's 54,000 people a year will die based on actions the Republicans have done with their big, beautiful bill. And now when people drop their health insurance because it's too expensive, people die. And just going back to what happens when women cannot access reproductive health care, without abortion coverage, in states with abortion bans, there were 478 excess infant deaths, 59 excess pregnancy-associated deaths, and a 50% increase in the sepsis rate among women who lost their pregnancies. And I think that this issue of having this backdoor abortion ban, which is an effective ban because it means you can't get it because it's expensive. And I don't know if you know those numbers because you're sitting in for Ranking Member Palone, but it's expensive.
Very.
Right? Do you happen to know the numbers of what happens when you need to go and get care? Or you might have because you experienced it yourself.
It's thousands of dollars.
It's tens of thousands
Tens
of
of thousands. I
dollars.
mean, it's prohibitively expensive.
Yeah. And the other reason why we have a problem, why women are having a problem with what Republicans are doing, is that under the Affordable Care Act, some of the things that, we hear Republicans saying people don't like the Affordable Care Act, they're renaming it, they renamed it. It's not the Obamacare, it's the Affordable Care Act. And some of the key things it did was make sure that pre-existing conditions were not kick you out of getting health care. And guess what used to be a pre-existing condition? Being a woman. And guess what else the Affordable Care Act did? It required that you provide maternity care and that you care for newborns. And right now, let's call them junk plans, they like to name things, the junk plans, the plans that they want people to go into, it is not required that you cover maternity and prenatal, is it? Is that correct, Representative Landsman?
Correct.
And part of the association health plans is they're so worried about fraud and insolvency. Guess what? Association health plans have a long history of fraud and insolvency. And the ACA limited some of this fraud, right?
Correct.
But recently, I want to tell another sad story. A group of retired Phoenix firefighters and police officers received coverage from one of these association health plans, the Thin Blue Line Benefits Association, right? Do you know about this story? Do you want to share it with us? I mean,
I know about the story that they represented first responders and they went bankrupt
they went bankrupt.
because of their mismanagement of
Yeah,
the
because there
funds.
was mismanagement. But this, what they're
fraud.
doing here, doesn't go after anything. Susan Huff, the wife of a retired firefighter, she had to take out $40,000 from her retirement because her daughter needed surgery, right? And these are the kinds of things now that they are doing, right? And the CBO score tells the story itself. Before it was going to be, is it 15 million people are going to lose their health care?
15.
But now it's 100,000, because they added another 100,000. They didn't do enough harm, and they kicked 15 million out, so now it's an extra 100,000. And, you know, Mr. Guthrie, you had said earlier that more people are enrolling than before. I actually went to go check and see what they're saying in Kentucky. You know, I just came from Kentucky. I was there last weekend. I think it's a beautiful state. I think it is a beautiful state. There is no sun there. That's the problem, right? It's winter.
Here,
Not
you'll
the
come in
snow,
the
it's all
summer.
gray.
The sun shines bright on my old
Yeah,
Kentucky home when you come in the
but
right
it's all
time.
gray. And one of the other things.
And I've been to your wonderful state. My
Yeah.
cousins live there. It is beautiful.
Yeah, it is
There is
beautiful.
sun.
Yeah, but the other reason it's gray is you were saying, oh, many more people. Let me quote for you that there's a Kentucky Voices for Health, and you have a cabinet, the Health and Family Services. That's your cabinet, right? She told, the cabinet secretary told this reporter, and I'll provide you with the article, that data has shown increases in the number of cancellations and downgraded healthcare plans. And that's the problem, as people are already getting their premiums, and it's going through the roof, right? And I forget to talk into this. I have a loud voice. But I think that that's a problem, and this one broke my heart. One of the families that the Kentucky Voices for Health said had budgeted to cut back on food for the first half of each month so that they could afford health care. And I think that that's the problem, is this plan does nothing to extend the tax credit subsidies. And it is this long, and we've already gone through it, does nothing to extend the tax credit subsidies that Americans want us to do. 73% of Americans want us to do that. This is the bill, the discharge petition, which would provide a 3-year extension of the health care tax credit subsidies, right? It's that simple. A bill nobody has seen until last Friday that has not, the bill itself, gone through regular order, a discharge petition. 214 members have already signed it. All we need is another 4. And the thing is that it makes sense for Republicans to sign on to this, because we already established earlier on the people who are going to be most hurt are your constituents. They're in Missouri, they're in Kentucky, they're in Texas. You know, we had sitting in here for a long time, he left, Representative Fitzpatrick. They're in his district. They're in his district. And I think that that's the problem, is this bill you have does nothing to reduce the cost of health care for Americans. And that's what they want us to be doing. And that's what we're failing to do. Now, I need to I'm the last Democrat on here. So with my indulgence, is there anything else you would like to add to respond to any of the issues that we've heard today?
I think it's all been said, but not everyone said it, as Churchill said. But I do, in the larger context, and this is an important part, I think we could all agree that the American healthcare system is not what it should be. We have the most expensive healthcare of all the developed world. I think it's 18%. Next is Japan with about 10, and we have the worst outcomes. Well, why don't we work on that? And that's part of the spirit. And just as a mention, Chairman Fox, you said that in my comments, I said the only way out of this was Mr. Jeffrey's discharge petition. I said the best way. Never to correct you, but I think this is the best way for us to get to that point where we could work collaboratively to make a more efficient system. We're doing something in this bill on prescription pharmacy benefit managers, which is good. Well, let's go further. Let's get rid of Mr. Wahlberg, and you know we've had hearing over hearing for a couple sessions in my subcommittee on the rate of denials by some insurance companies. Let's do something about it. So it's the quality of care and the expense, and maybe this is an opportunity if we could just continue the tax credits for 3 years. That would give us time to do this. And one last comment. I wasn't here for the Affordable Care Act, but I was working with my predecessor because I had a lot of this jurisdiction, George Miller, who would have been here in this seat. This wasn't easy. This was a compromise for Democrats just to get this done. So that was the agreement. Jim, you could correct me, but that was why there was a deadline in it, just to get this done that improved Americans' health care. So
Representative Landsman?
thank you for the opportunity.
Representative, I mean, well, there's only two of us. Representative Landsman?
It's okay, I'm fine.
Okay, and what I would say is, I agree, there's a lot of problems with the system we have now, but we cannot say we're going to attack race and fraud and then make the Americans pay for it, 20 million Americans. And, you know, I was listening earlier to Jason Smith's complaints about the insurance companies. Come join us. Medicare for all. Let's get rid of the health insurance companies and everything they're doing. It sounds like you do not like them at all. The problem is your bills keep sending more money to them, and that is a problem. And with that, Madam Chair, as we look forward to having Chairman Smith join us on a Medicare for all bill, I shall yield back.
That will never happen.
Thank you, Ms. Leisure Fernandez. We may get into the issue of correcting the record. Here, since Mr. McGovern did that at the beginning, I think it's important that I correct the record a little bit, and I'll invite my colleagues to correct me if I am wrong. But I believe it has been said that this does not continue the subsidies. What the record should say is it doesn't, the record should say it doesn't continue the enhanced COVID era subsidies. Is that correct?
That's absolutely correct. When these expire on December 31st, because of the time frame that the Democrats put in the Inflation Reduction Act to expire on December 31st, when that happens, it reverts back to the subsidies that they put in the Affordable Care Act that was passed 15 years ago.
And then one more thing. I believe it has been said that it doesn't, that what we're offering here does not reduce the cost. And I believe, as Chairman Smith, you have said, as Chairman Guthrie has said, and maybe even Mr. Wahlberg, although I'm not absolutely certain, you've said it will reduce the cost for every American enrolled in any form of health care. Is that correct?
Correct.
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, if I could just want to, for
But Monty, correct.
the record, remind people that the CBO says that this legislation that is before us, which again hasn't gone through regular order, and we're seeing it for the first time as a bill at this hearing, that it would kick off an additional 100,000 people off their insurance. So this makes things even worse. And we've also said that we have an immediate crisis. And if we do not extend the enhanced tax credits, millions of people will be forced off their health insurance. And so, I mean, we have an immediate problem, and let's buy some time. If you want to work in a bipartisan way, up to this point, Republicans have not been willing to work in a bipartisan way, but if you're willing to do so, to try to fix this broken healthcare system, which is so focused on money and profits and not on patients, we're happy to do it. But let us not screw over millions of people in the short term. I yield back. Thank you.
Mr. McGovern, it doesn't mean that those 100,000 people won't have another choice. That's the whole point of this legislation. They're not getting kicked off. They just are being offered other choices. Now,
Madam Chair.
I'm going to recognize.
I want to, I mean, this
You
is.
have something for the record?
this is the-
Just tell me what it is and we'll
Yeah,
submit it.
this is the CBO cost estimate, which actually kind of contradicts what you just said, but I would like to insert it in the record. And by the way, when people are thrown off their insurance, the issue is whether they can afford other insurance, but also whether the insurance they can afford actually covers them, as we've been trying to make that point over and over again.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. Mr. Scott, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to get to actually the numbers on this. So the estimate on this is somewhere around $35 billion a year. Is that correct? I mean, can we agree that the estimate is $35 billion a year? Fair enough? Yeah. Okay, so there's agreement on that. I want to give all of you a couple of numbers. And the Democrat approach seems to be that if we simply do these subsidies, then all of a sudden the American citizens will be treated fairly. CVS, Aetna, $372 billion in revenue. United Healthcare, $400 billion in revenue. Cigna, $247 billion in revenue. That's just three of the carriers that receive the subsidies. Now, interestingly, it's hard to find out how much each carrier actually receives in the subsidies, which is totally ridiculous. I mean, that should be readily available for the American citizens to see how much each and every one of these insurance companies receives in subsidies. But that's $1,089 billion in revenue by those three companies. $1,089 billion in revenue by those three companies. Pretty much everybody in this committee, and I think probably 97, 98% of Congress agrees that pharmacy benefit managers should just be like done away with. They siphon billions of dollars out of the system and provide absolutely no benefit to the American consumer. They cheat the pharmacist on a regular basis. Those three companies, you know what they also own? They also own the three largest pharmacy benefit managers. So I'm not under the impression that giving these companies any money at all in the form of these enhanced Affordable Care Act subsidies, and it's the enhanced Affordable Care Act subsidies that they would get, would then all of a sudden treat the American consumer fairly. So $1,089 billion is the revenue of those three companies for 2024. I would assume it was significantly higher last year. You really think that giving them $35 billion, which is a very small percentage of their total revenue, all of a sudden they're going to be fair to people? You can't with a straight face make that argument. I mean, these companies that own the pharmacy benefit managers have siphoned billions out of the American healthcare system, shouldn't be getting any subsidies from the American taxpayer. But I want to get to the numbers, and I'm going to go, KFF is the organization that most people use. And if you look at this, I think one of the things that's confusing the American citizens is they say, oh, well, people's premium is going to go from an average, according to KFF, of $888 to $1,904. That's what KFF shows on their website.
That's the Kaiser Family Foundation.
That's right. And they want the enhanced Affordable Care Act subsidies, but they do a pretty good job with their numbers, I think. I mean, I don't agree with everything they say, but they do a decent job with their numbers. The problem is, for every American out there that works, we pay our premiums for health insurance monthly, correct? Virtually every American pays health insurance premiums monthly. That's the annual premium. Most Americans are paying that monthly for coverage. So the actual average increase is $158.66. The actual premium, as I understand it, not the increase, the actual premium is $158.66 a month, and the actual increase, $84.67 a month. Now, the Democrats are making the argument that if we just give the insurance companies another $35 billion, of which it's hard for us to even figure out which insurance company is getting what, that all of a sudden you're going to be treated fairly, and that if your premium goes up $84.67 a month, millions and millions and millions of people are just going to choose to go uninsured? I don't buy it. I'm going to tell you, I don't buy the argument that the subsidies help anybody other than the insurance companies, which, by the way, own the pharmacy benefit managers that we all agree we ought to get rid of. And I hope we get to pass a bill to get rid of them. And I'll tell you something else about that bill. If we can't get rid of them, we at least ought to prohibit the health insurance industry from owning them. The Federal Trade Commission came out and said the pharmaceutical companies, it was a conflict of interest for them to own them, and now all of a sudden, they let the health insurance industry buy them. But I mean, my question for you, as the Democrats, I mean, you could have passed a piece of legislation that carried the subsidies well past December of 2025. If you wanted them to go past December of 2025, why did you support the legislation for it to expire at the end of 2025? And I know you weren't here at the time, but you may have the answer from the...
Oh, sure, I would love to
Yeah.
answer. I mean, I think the belief was that was the only way to get the vote. However, this summer...
Okay, well,
but this
how
summer,
is it the only way to get
you
the
all
vote?
had a decision. You
You
made
had
it,
the House, the Senate, and the White House, right? You do agree you had the House, the Senate, and the White House at the time?
Yeah. And that's
So
why
how
we
mu-
have that's why we have the tax credits, thank God. The problem is they're expiring, and instead of putting it in the tax bill, you guys decided to focus on money for millionaires, billionaires, big corporations. Those could not expire. You could not expire, we could not let those expire. Those had to be extended, but not these tax credits.
Mr. Smith?
I would absolutely love to respond to that. As we just passed the big, beautiful bill, we made things permanent. We made things permanent. When they passed the Inflation Reduction Act that had these COVID subsidies, they chose to make the green credits permanent rather than the subsidies for Americans. So they made that
That's right.
choice. And that's why it was a vote issue. If they really cared about these expiring, they would have made them permanent when they controlled the White House, the House, and Senate. This is all a political game right now.
They chose the Green New Deal over the health care subsidies is the choice that the Democratic Party made. But I want to go back to what I said before. Just mathematically, three of the carriers, Aetna, United, and Cigna, $1,089 billion. Now, if the subsidy is $35 billion, they would probably get 2/3 of it or somewhere in there. I mean, it's a rounding error on those companies' revenue. Does anybody argue with that that's a rounding error on their revenue? I mean, I hate it that every American citizen out there is getting an increase in their health insurance premium. That's happening because there's no competition in the markets anymore, which is the end result of the Affordable Care Act. But let me ask you this. I'm going to go to you, Mr. Guthrie. Are people who are covered under Medicare eligible for the subsidy?
The subsidy is in the marketplace, which
That's
are
right.
people buying individual
That's right.
premium. individuals.
So correct me if I'm wrong now. So if you're over 65, you're not getting the subsidy because you've got Medicare. If you work for somebody that provides health insurance.
That's about 160 million.
But if you work for somebody who provides health insurance, you're not eligible.
You're not eligible for the
Is that right?
subsidy.
If your spouse works for somebody that provides health insurance, you're not eligible. Is that correct?
If you get your health insurance through your spouse, you're not. Yeah.
If you're eligible even.
Yeah.
You're,
If you're eligible, right.
okay. So federal government provides health insurance. Every state government, to my knowledge, provides health insurance. Every school system provides health insurance. I'm not aware of any county governments or city governments that don't provide health insurance. If you're covered under the Children's Health Insurance Program of any state out there, you don't get the subsidy. If you're covered under Medicaid, you don't get the subsidy. So when you start doing the exclusions of the people that aren't even eligible for the subsidy, that's why we as Republicans believe there's so much fraud in the system when you look at the total number of people receiving the subsidy. And as far as this one of the members who I like compared it to their car insurance, totally different. Totally different. Your car insurance doesn't cover routine maintenance. Health insurance, the way it's designed now, even though many of us think you should have an option to buy coverages that did not cover routine maintenance. We think that option should be in the marketplace, and a lot of people don't, but we think we believe in consumer choice. Your car insurance doesn't pay for your oil changes. But the reason we think there's so much fraud with the enrollment is because virtually everybody at some point gets sick during the year and has to go to a doctor for some minor prescription. Maybe they get the flu. Maybe they get some other thing where they just need an antibiotic. That's an insurance claim. Now, by the way, people talk about the insurance coverage we have. Let me tell you, when I go to the pharmacy today, there is not a single drug that I take where I don't pay cash, and I'm covered under the Affordable Care Act because the cash price of the prescription is less than the copay on my Affordable Care Act contract that cost thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. The Affordable Care Act needs to be rewritten. The worst thing that ever happened to it is someone starting to call it Obamacare, because then it became about Obama, and then instead of about the law, the whole system's messed up and needs to be rewritten. With that, Madam Chair, I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. And I particularly appreciate you.
Prescription drug, that's not my experience.
I appreciate you bringing up the car insurance analogy. At some point, I think we need to talk about that a little bit more. Mr. Griffith, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I think somebody referenced the great quote that everything has already been said, but it hadn't been said by everybody. If there's something that I missed, because I unfortunately was not able to be here for this important discussion most of the day because I was going to be with Virginians celebrating the unveiling of the Barbara Johns statue in Statuary Hall.
As was Mr. Scott, who's back with us now.
As was Mr. Scott. I would ask my chairman from Energy and Commerce, is there anything that has not yet been said that you feel that we should have heard?
Thank you, the chair of the Healthcare Subcommittee. So I believe we have really exhaustively discussed this. Yeah.
The other two chairmen of committees, do you all have anything that you wish to add that has not previously been said? Mr. Wahlberg.
I enter where angels fear to tread, I guess, but I do think there is something that's very important to say. And that was a comparison that was made, and I forget by who, because it's been so long. Comparison that why are we not fixing, or why are we condemning the Democrats for wanting to fix the Unaffordable Care Act subsidy that we've been talking about for a long time, when we, with the Working Families Tax Cut Bill, went back and made permanent the tax cuts for small businesses and individuals, when we could have done that before. Well, the issue is totally different. Totally different. We have no desire to support something that is abusive to the taxpayers and supplementing something that continues to need supplement. But we didn't do that. The Democrats did this by themselves. They voted for the 3-year sunset. They voted for the 3-year elimination. It wasn't our responsibility to fix that. If they thought it was bad, it was theirs. On the other side of the ledger, under reconciliation rules, when we passed the legislation that gave permanent tax cuts to corporations, we wanted to give permanent tax cuts to individuals and small businesses, but we couldn't. Why? Because of reconciliation rules and parliamentary rules. We couldn't do it. So our plan was to come back in the next year, hoping that we had the majority, and the president and the White House would do it, and oops, we had Biden. So we had 4 years. Thankfully, we had a 5th year that came when we were in the majority, and we could make permanent the tax cuts for small businesses and individuals. That's a total different ballgame. We did it as quickly as we could when we had the chance to do it. That's a different thing here. The Democrats chose to only give 3 years of that COVID supplement. It was your idea. It was with your votes and your votes alone. It was yours to fix, and you did nothing about it until you shut government down and then brought this up. So anyway, it is very different, and I'm glad you gave me a chance because I wouldn't have slept well unless I could explain it.
I appreciate that, and Madam Chair,
You can yield to me. if
I
you
yield.
Or me.
I'd just like to get this over with. I think we need to get on with it, and so I'm going to yield back to the chairman, but I appreciate it.
I had
Ranking
opinions, I had thoughts. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Griffith. Is there any, I think, well, let's make sure that, I don't know if any of our other members wish to ask any questions who are not currently in the room, but I'll say thank you to our panel of witnesses who have been here today. I see that we have no one, okay, no one further to ask any questions, so we will excuse you. Thank you very much.
ENC actually has to stay.
Palone is not coming back, is that right?
Well, yeah, so Mr.
Mr. Lansford? And now welcome our second panel, Chairman Guthrie and Mr. Landsman from the Committee on Energy and Commerce, Representative Moore and Ranking Member Raskin from the Committee on the Judiciary. And I believe Mr. Raskin had a birthday a few days ago.
Well, there's less than Dick Van Dyke. He turned 100 on the same day that I did.
Was
so,
the
yeah.
same day?
Yeah.
Well, happy birthday, Mr. Raskin.
Well, thank you much.
Your full statement will be submitted for the record, and we ask that you summarize your statement in 5 minutes. Chairman Guthrie, I welcome your testimony.
I was just saying Susan Bonamici's father-in-law wrote the Dick Van Dyke Show. He was Neil Simon's brother. Yeah, Neil Simon. Neil Simon is her husband's uncle. Isn't that great? So that's pretty, just a trivia on our colleagues. So thank you. So thank Chairwoman Fox and Ranking Member McGovern for inviting me to testify today. House Republicans, especially my colleagues on the Energy and Commerce Committee, have been focused on rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse in the Medicaid program this year and already through the Working Families Tax Cut Act. Our work to this point has been driven by the desire to create a sustainable financial future for the Medicaid program and to strengthen, secure, and sustain it for those who are truly among the most vulnerable populations, expectant mothers, their children, low-income seniors, and individuals with disabilities. Even with all the important work we have accomplished as Congress, there's still more to be done. Americans work hard to make a living, and it's our obligation as members of Congress to ensure taxpayer dollars are used to support care that is truly necessary in improving the health of Americans. H.R. 498, the Do No Harm in Medicaid Act, prohibits federal Medicaid dollars from going towards specific gender transition procedures for individuals under the age of 18. While CBO estimates this bill would save taxpayers $445 million over a decade, I want to make it abundantly clear this legislation does not prevent minors from accessing medical care that they truly need. It simply prohibits the use of federal Medicaid funding on specified gender transition procedures that are medically unnecessary. And this legislation builds upon our work done in the Working Families Tax Cuts Act to create a more sustainable financial future for Medicaid and preserve the program for those who truly need it. And I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Landsman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. The big issue, obviously, this week and for the last few weeks, if not months, has been the issue of healthcare costs and coverage, and the fact that 22 million Americans are very much on the cliff. They are looking at premiums that many of them can't afford. And it's been brought up several times that Democrats came up with these tax credits, we did, and that they were only supposed to last a couple years because of the pandemic. The challenge, obviously, is that healthcare costs continue to go up and families still need help. So you're talking about 22 million Americans. In my district, it's 32,000 people. I'm told that's a small number compared to other folks. I believe one member has over 130,000 folks in her district that are dependent on us extending these Affordable Care Act subsidies. They only care about one thing, and that is us passing something that extends the Affordable Care Act subsidies. Otherwise, their health care costs will skyrocket. Many of them will lose coverage altogether. That's all they care about. They don't care about anything else, just that we act and that we get this done. Obviously, there's a discharge petition that says 3 years. That is clean. There's the discharge petition that Mr. McGovern mentioned, the others that I've signed on to. The point is, what matters most is to get this done. And yes, my colleagues on the other side had an opportunity in their tax bill to extend these subsidies, to focus on working people, folks who desperately need, and these are not just individuals, families, these are farmers, these are small businesses. This is critical to that entire ecosystem, that entire economy. They had the ability to extend these tax credits in their bill, but the focus was, we're gonna make permanent, not these tax credits, but tax cuts for the top 1%, 2%, and corporate taxes. Now, as it relates to Medicaid, the cut to Medicaid in order to pay for those tax cuts was enormous. It's almost, or I think in the end, it's over $1 trillion in cuts to Medicaid. About 15 million Americans will lose their coverage. They'll go without health care. And when that kind of thing happens, you're going to see people lose their lives. It's not hyperbole to say that some folks will die. Now, on the issue of kids that are struggling with gender, identity issues, as a parent of two, this is the thing that makes me probably more frustrated and angry than anything else. Obviously, the focus should be entirely on how do you make life easier for families? How do you make the economy work better for them? What are we doing to lower costs, utility costs, healthcare costs, the costs of groceries, everything? And instead, we're gonna pick on kids. kids that are struggling, that are facing the kind of identity crisis issues that have many of them thinking about whether or not to take their own lives. This is a group of children that have the highest rates of suicide of any other group of kids in the United States. And instead of just leaving them alone, which they just want either to be left alone or to be safe and cared for and to have the adults, including politicians, to love them and say, okay, whatever you need. There's a group of politicians nationally and in other places that say, no, we're going to pick on you. We know you have bullies in school, but we're going to join those folks, and we're going to make it even harder. We're going to make you feel small and left out and unimportant. And if you want health care and your parent wants that for you and your doctor says that's what you need, we're going to pull that away from you too. It's just not the way adults should behave. And politicians shouldn't be involved in these decisions. It's the same thing on abortion. Yes, there are some Americans that don't want abortion care to be covered. But most Americans don't want politicians anywhere near any of these decisions. They want politicians out of the doctor's offices. They do. They don't want politicians making these decisions because these decisions are incredibly complicated. It's between a doctor and their patients. And when you take that away, people get hurt. And in this case, we're talking about children that are already struggling. It's wrong. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you very much. Representative Moore, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. We as a nation are facing one of the greatest crises of our time, child abuse disguised as medical intervention. Children are being coerced by adults in positions of authority into life-altering and medically questionable gender transition procedures without a full understanding of the meaning or the impact. Democrats have embraced an extreme position on so-called gender-affirming care. They are more interested in promoting radical left policies and protecting children from harm. Despite the American public's widespread rejection of this practice in 2024, the radical left continues to distort the debate surrounding so-called gender-affirming care. Instead of accurately describing the procedures as harmful and life-altering, the left deceptively frames the procedures as being necessary to improve the health and well-being of children. Through gender-affirming care, Democrats are indoctrinating children and causing them to make these life-altering decisions about their body involving hormones, surgeries, and jeopardizing their health. So-called gender-affirming care is genital mutilation and chemical castration of children. It is not life-saving care. All evidence points to the fact that gender transition procedures, including the puberty blockers, the hormone therapies, and the surgeries, are a form of genital mutilation. More and more detransitioners, such as the brave Chloe Cole, are coming forward to share their horrific experiences being used as experiments for the medical establishment. A majority of these transitioners are girls and women. The first rule of medicine is do not harm, or do no harm. Yet those in the medical community performing these grotesque procedures on children are committing serious harm. In fact, the procedures are so grotesque that during the markup of this legislation, our colleagues across the other side of the aisle had a hard time hearing about the specific procedures described. That begs the question, if they cannot bear to hear it, why are they willing to allow it on our children? Doctors across the U.S. and in other countries are also beginning to take a stand against those in the medical community who insist that these are life-saving procedures, and they should be questioned. Even our neighbors to the north have acted responsibly. In Canada, all genital surgeries are available for people 18 years of age or older. This policy aligns with the World Professional Association of Transgender Health Standards. According to these standards, a person must be of the age of majority to undergo gender reassignment surgery. Likewise, in Austria, the Czech Republic, Croatia, Denmark, Finland, Italy, Latvia, Lithuania, the Netherlands, Poland, Portugal, Spain, and Sweden, there is a minimum age requirement to undergo these reassignment surgeries, and it's 18. We should not fall behind these countries when it comes to protecting our children. The Protect the Children's Innocence Act will hold those accountable who perform or attempt to perform genital mutilation and chemical castration on our children. The bill expands covered offenses to include bodily mutilation and chemical castration of a minor. Victims are protected by ensuring that they cannot be arrested or prosecuted if one of these or other prohibited procedures are performed on them. This legislation continued President Trump's important priority to protect our children. Earlier this year, President Trump issued an executive order titled Protecting Children from Chemical and Surgical Mutilation. This order defunds chemical and surgical mutilation of our children and halts the use of federal funds supporting this gender-affirming medical care for youth under the age of 19. H.R. 3492 works to codify President Trump's executive order and amends Section 116 of the United States Code to explicitly include bodily mutilation and chemical castration. This issue is simple. We do not force children to make these decisions, and they will not be able to reverse. Do not make these children lifelong patients dependent on a medical system. Most importantly, do not abuse our nation's children. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and with that, Madam Chairman, I'll yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Mr. Raskin, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair Fox, Mr. McGovern, members of the committee. The bill would subject doctors, nurses, other medical providers, and even parents to large criminal fines and up to 10 years of incarceration in federal prison for providing gender-affirming health care like hormone therapy to minors. It would criminalize all evidence-based medical treatments and procedures that are presently recommended for gender dysphoria, including the prescription of puberty blockers, which are commonly used for young people who are not trans, but who face all of the medical and social problems associated with early onset puberty. Look, this bill would create a massive intrusion on the privacy of family medical decision-making in America. These are hard and often agonizing decisions that loving American families in our country face. But our colleagues now want the federal government to come barging into the family dining room and the doctor's office like a raging bull in a china shop. I remember when our oldest daughter, Hannah, was 4 years old, and it's a true story, she put a bean up her nose. I was driving the car, she was in the back seat. We could not dislodge the bean. We went to the hospital. The doctor could not dislodge the bean. Then we weren't even sure it was up there. Then they did an x-ray, and there was part of the bean still up there. So they offered us the choice. We could either wait for a while to see if it would just go away, or we could have surgery performed to go in there. And we didn't know what to do. And we said to the doctor, you tell us, what should we do? And he said, I can't tell you. I can only tell you what the benefits and risks are. The parents will know best. And that stuck with me. So we decided to wait, and the situation resolved itself. Would we really want to say that the doctor has the exclusive authority to decide, or the House of Representatives and the senator have the authority to decide for every family in America going through this? You know, at a time of skyrocketing healthcare costs, grocery prices, rental housing, not to mention today's news of escalating unemployment, does anybody really think that what the American people are looking for today is a federal law bulldozing into the private medical decision-making of thousands and thousands of families facing a crisis that the vast majority of us have never faced before? I don't think so. Does anyone believe that the same politicians that have now brought us to a crisis point in terms of health care coverage for millions of people can be trusted to make the most intimate and fundamental decisions for the physical, mental, and emotional health of other people's children? And I'm not saying anybody's got to agree with whatever another family does in a situation like this, but none of us should be willing to use the federal government to impose a one-size-fits-all decision on every family in America at the pains of federal criminal prosecution and imprisonment. So we all know that a basic tactic in the authoritarian playbook is to pick a small minority of citizens and scapegoat them, dehumanize them, demonize them, take away their basic freedoms, and even deny their very existence. History's filled with examples. Authoritarians mobilize the society against vulnerable minorities with toxic attacks to mask the ruler's own indifference to the health and living standards of the majority, as well as, of course, their own insatiable corruption and lust for power. So there are 2.5 million Americans who are transgender. They're under attack, and they're afraid. I had a group of parents of kids in this situation come to see me, and I thought they wanted to talk about this bill and other bills. No, they wanted to ask how far I thought this was going to go, because a lot of people in their situation are starting to leave the country to move to Spain or Portugal or France, other countries where they feel it will be more hospitable to their kids growing up. It just broke my heart that that conversation is happening in America today. So let's call off the campaign of demonization and scapegoating. Let's not create another vicious, bloody battle in a culture war. That's not what America wants us to be doing today. Let's extend health care to everybody, and let's show as much kindness and respect as we can for other families who may be going through something different that our own families are going through, but we would want the same kind of respect and kindness extended to us. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Raskin. Very well done on the time. I will yield myself time to ask questions. Chairman Guthrie, I believe the title of this bill encapsulates this debate entirely. Do you believe, as I do, that taxpayer dollars should first do no harm?
Yes, ma'am, that's what this bill does. It does no harm with Medicaid.
And given the mountains of evidence before us, do you believe there's at least a preponderance of evidence, if not well beyond that, that these interventions are causing harm to children?
Well, the specific interventions that are prohibited in the bill, there are specific, are ones that are permanent, and this is focused on children under 18, and the interventions in here are permanent.
Thank you. Representative Moore, just to be clear, H.R. 3492 amends the existing statute on female genital mutilation. In this case, there is an existing federal nexus, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Very good. Well, I thank you all for being here today, and I now recognize Mr. McGovern.
Thank you. Mr. Guthrie, did the bill that went before the Energy and Commerce Committee, did it go through regular order?
We had a hearing.
But no markup?
It wasn't marked up. Oh, yeah, actually, I'm sorry. It was during the reconciliation. This was included in the reconciliation process, which went through full committee markup.
Yeah, I don't know what it is about you Republicans. I really don't. I mean, I don't understand your obsession with the transgender community or your obsession with LGBTQ plus issues in general. I mean, you just seem to be obsessed with this stuff. As pointed out, I mean, the panel prior to you was a panel on health care. We have about 25 million Americans about to get screwed over and end up either losing their health insurance or paying significantly more because the Republican leadership, I shouldn't say all Republicans, because it's not the case, don't want to extend the enhanced ACA tax credits. I mean, when I've done 14 town halls in my district. I did 2 town halls with colleagues in California. I did a town hall in a Republican district in Pennsylvania over the weekend. And you know how many people asked questions about this? 0. I mean, people were asking questions, young, middle-aged, and elderly alike, all asking questions about the affordability of health insurance. They were asking about the affordability of groceries and the impact of Trump's tariffs on rising food prices. They were saying that they can't afford to pay their rents or their mortgages. They're worried about whether their kids can afford to get a college education. They're worried about cutting back on investments in infrastructure to help promote economic development in their community. They're worried about the jobs numbers, which are going in the wrong direction. I mean, I think most people in this country look at life through their kitchen window, and the things that matter to them most are the things that impact them very directly. And yet, you guys don't want to talk about any of that stuff. Instead, you want to bring this stuff before the House of Representatives. Mr. Raskin said there's, what, 2.5 million members of the transgender community? Is that, am I right?
Somewhere over 2 million, yeah, somewhere between.
And what's the population of the United States? What, 343 million?
Yeah.
So 2.8 million, 343 million. I mean, this is what you want to spend time on the last couple of days before we're about to recess? I mean, I just don't get it. Well, I guess I do get it. I mean, I understand why we're here. My Republican friends need to buy some votes to pass the Defense Authorization Act, and so these are the bills that were promised to come before the Rules Committee to bring to the House floor for a vote. You know, but boy, if someone's watching what's going on here, they're probably saying to themselves, boy, how tone deaf, how out of touch is this Congress? That this is what we want to focus on? And again, you know, and it's has been pointed out by Mr. Landsman and Mr. Raskin, there's another problem with this, and that is you continue to demonize a community that's already been targeted. In my encounters with members of the transgender community, I mean, they tell me about getting bullied, about being targeted, about, some even contemplated taking their lives because they feel like they're just the subject of all kinds of ridicule and target from leaders in this country. I mean, they're being used as scapegoats. And I just, that's not the kind of country I want us to be. And so, I don't even know what the hell to ask other than the fact that I just, that Republican obsession with these kind of, these attacks on individuals, that demean people, that scapegoat people, that's somehow a bigger priority than whether or not people can afford their health insurance, or their groceries, or be able to afford their apartments. We just have a different set of values, I think. We don't share the same values on a lot of things here. And so I thank everybody for coming, and I will yield back my time.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. Mr. Scott, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just be real quick for the American citizens and read the legislation. In General Section 116 of Title 18, United States Code is amended to read as follows: genital and bodily mutilation of a minor, chemical castration of a minor, genital or bodily mutilation, except as provided in subsection G. Whoever in any circumstance described in subsection D knowingly performs or attempts to perform genital or bodily mutilation on another person who is a minor shall be fined under this title, imprisoned not more than 10 years or both. Chemical castration of a minor, except as provided in subsection G. Whoever in any circumstance described in subsection D knowingly chemically castrates a minor shall be fined under this title, imprisoned not more than 10 years or both. Certain offenses related to female genital mutilation, except as provided in subsection G. Whoever in any circumstances described in subsection D knowingly facilitates or consents to female genital mutilation of a minor or transports a minor for the purpose of the performance of female genital mutilation on such minor. I cannot believe that we literally have members of Congress, all of which are Democrats. Now, I'm not saying all Democrats support these procedures being done on minors, but this is ridiculous. These are minors. These are minors. And all we're saying is that you can't chemically castrate a minor and that you can't perform an irreversible procedure on a minor that mutilates their genitals. That's all it is. I can't believe that you defend your position on that. It's ridiculous. And to say that it stops puberty blockers is just not true. It's just not true. That's not what the legislation says, Mr. Raskin. It's not. Does the legislation say it stops puberty blockers, Mr. Raskin? That was your testimony, correct?
When you
Did you testify that it stops puberty blockers?
Yes, and it does.
No, it does not.
It does.
That is not, it absolutely does not.
When you talk about chemical castration, what are you referring to?
It does not stop puberty blockers. It doesn't.
You're saying that this, you're saying
it stops
that
chemical castration.
Well,
It stops chemical castration. That is very different than the use of a puberty blocker to slow down someone who starts puberty
But
early.
You're saying this would allow puberty blockers for the treatment of kids with gender dysphoria?
I'm not saying it allows it for gender dysphoria. I'm saying that your testimony is false. It does not stop puberty blockers.
But forgive me, I think you misunderstood my testimony. What I said was this would ban the use of puberty blockers for people experiencing gender dysphoria, and that is a drug commonly used for kids who are not transgender, because if they have early onset of puberty. So in other words, you're going to allow it to one population, but you're not going to allow it to another.
Okay, but it does not stop puberty blockers for early onset.
You think the family should be able to decide that? I agree with you in both cases.
I do not agree that a family should allow their child to be chemically castrated, nor do I agree that they should allow genital mutilation.
It's the exact same drug. It's the exact same drug. You're saying you would allow it for one purpose, but not for another.
It's not the exact same use. It's not the same use.
Well, thank you
Chairman,
for thank you in any event for the correction, because I stated it properly.
I disagree with you, but you can, I yield the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields the remainder of his time. Now recognize the gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Scanlon, for her time of question.
And I would first yield some time to the ranking member.
Yeah, I just want to clarify for the record, when I said I did 14 town halls, meetings, it's been this year alone. And not once did anyone bring up any of this stuff. They all brought up, they want us to focus in on healthcare. They want us to focus in on the issue of affordability, not this bullshit. And I'm going to tell you, what this is all about is trying to get people to look over here, so so that they don't notice that you're doing nothing on healthcare, that you're doing nothing to address the issue of affordability. Let's talk about the transgender community. I think it's a hateful thing to do, and again, I don't think the people are buying it. People know what's going on here. They know you're not doing anything on healthcare. And by the way, and that's the reason why Trump's numbers are in the toilet right now. I thank the gentlelady. I yield back.
Thank you. I have to say I'm kind of astonished at the attempts to characterize the issue of treatment for kids with gender dysphoria as some kind of partisan issue, because I have met with dozens of families who are trying to help their kids through a very difficult time, seeking medical treatment, seeking the best advice possible so that they can properly care for their children, and they do not identify as Democrat, Republican, Independent, although in the course of conversation, it frequently comes out that they come from across the political spectrum. What is generally true is that they're struggling to learn about something that had not been a common topic of conversation. They are trying to get good medical advice. They're trying to avoid some of the hateful rhetoric and such that we're hearing repeated in this room. They're trying to do right by their kids. They're trying to seek age-appropriate, medically appropriate care. I mean, there are former Republican members of Congress with transgender kids. There are, bakers and cooks and doctors and lawyers and people from all across the spectrum of American life who are wrestling with this issue. But time and again, our Republican colleagues are proving they're just too willing to disregard families and Americans' fundamental rights and freedoms in order to meddle in other people's personal medical decisions. They're injecting their own religious, political, and even medical beliefs, regardless of whether or not they're doctors, into choices that should be left to parents and doctors and families. And it really bullies these kids. I mean, the terror I hear from parents because of the targeting of their kids for political purposes is just heartbreaking, absolutely heartbreaking, and the real fear that we hear from the kids themselves at what they have to endure. And the fact that these bills do, in fact, ban the use of puberty blockers, at least with respect to children who are dealing with gender dysphoria, really shows you that this is exactly what it is. It's trying to restrict care for a certain class of people because of whatever beliefs that are at issue here. I think, Mr. Landsman, did you have something you wanted to add?
Yeah, Ms. Raskin may too. I just
Yeah.
very quickly, as growing up, I grew up in a Democratic household, but it was open. Like everyone, we debated, and I had lots of family members still that are Republicans. And I remember thinking one of the things that I liked about, I didn't agree, but I really liked about the Republican Party was for a long time they believed in states' rights and local control. And I appreciated those values and the idea that politicians should stay out of our way, that government should be small, it shouldn't be so big that it's making decisions that we make based on our freedoms and our liberties. And something has changed, and this is an example where that has changed. Same with reproductive freedom, where all of a sudden they're saying, no, we want government to be a little bit bigger. We want us as politicians to be making these decisions that are very complicated, both personally and medically. And we're going to take away that freedom from you because as politicians, we feel really strongly about this. And I think that's a frustrating thing for a lot of people to see the party go in that direction because at the end of the day, we should be making good policy on any number of issues, obviously focusing right now on costs in the economy, but politicians getting in the middle of medical decisions is a bad idea.
Well, I'd suggest it may have less to do with policy than it does with polling. But Mr. Raskin, I think you had something you wanted to add. Thank you, Ms. Scott. I was just going to, just to pursue for a moment the question offered by Congressman Scott. Like all medical care, gender-affirming care is tailored to the age and the unique needs of the patient in consultation with doctors, mental health professionals, and of course, the parents who, of course, in the final analysis, remain the ultimate decision makers. But if you spend just a few moments looking into this whole subject, which I've done ever since Ms. Green introduced her bill, before puberty, no medical treatment, much less surgical medical treatment, is even recommended for anybody. And the vast majority of the medical experts and medical bodies say that the standard of care for minors is not to use surgery, to use other methods like puberty blockers, which again are lawful and are in common use for other purposes. So surgery is an extremely rare, extraordinary thing for minors, and that's something that adults will have to make their own decisions about. But a recent study from Harvard, which I can offer to the committee, confirmed that U.S. surgeons are following these guidelines and are largely, overwhelmingly not performing gender-affirming care for minors that include surgery. So, I don't think, we've already had one major factual dispute about medicine. I don't think we want to try to turn Congress into a super medical licensing board to review what every state in the country has already done so we can go ahead and then micromanage what every family in America is going to do. Why don't we have some faith in our citizens and our families, the people who are most closely connected to the situation, to work this out in the best interests of their own kids?
Well, and this is why groups like in Congress, the Transgender Kids Task Force regularly bring in professionals and bring in families to help members understand what these families are going through and the kinds of decisions they're trying to deal with. Look, I'd have to agree with Mr. Landsman, and I think you, Mr. Raskin, that the reason these bills are coming up now is to distract from the fact that our Republican colleagues have not figured out how to deal with the nationwide health crisis that they have created, both with their gutting of Medicaid, which is a rolling effort that we're seeing moving forward, and then their refusal to extend the ACA tax credits. It's millions of people are going to lose their health insurance this year because those tax credits haven't been extended. I think one of the reporters called it the warmed over slop of already rejected proposals that have been packaged into their health care thing just so they have something to vote on, has now been
analyzed, and that healthcare bill would strip coverage from another 100,000 people. So they're making the situation worse with these, made-up policies that they're trying to create, and they're still not going to extend the ACA tax credits. So, there were two big tax issues that were on the table for this year. The billionaire tax cuts were going to expire at the end of the year, and the ACA tax credits for 22 million Americans were going to expire at the end of this year. And our Republican colleagues decided to do something about the billionaires, but abandoned the rest of the Americans. So that doesn't protect children. Lots of kids' health care is at risk because of their refusal to deal with the ACA issue. And I think this effort should be called out for what it is, yet another shiny object trying to distract from their fecklessness on the major issues confronting this country. So I thank you for your testimony, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Now recognize the gentlelady from Minnesota, Ms. Fishbach.
I'll yield back.
She yields back. Now recognize the gentlelady from New Mexico, Ms. Leisure Fernandez.
Thank you. And thank you very much. And I think it was raised earlier as like this obsession that Republicans have to interfere with parental rights in this area. And the numbers have been put out before, but 20 million Americans, 20 million Americans are going to lose access to tax credits that make it affordable for them to pay their health insurance. 20 million Americans. And we get stopped all the time. You get stopped all the time, don't you, Representative Landsman, at home? When you're at home? Mr. Guthrie, maybe you don't get stopped and people talk to you, but I get stopped all the time. And people are worried about their health care. I'm sure you do get stopped about that, right?
Well, what we've asked tonight, I was on the previous panel, and nobody's answered is why they were set to expire December 31st, when the same bill made green energy tax credits permanent. So when you're talking about permanency one place, not the other, that was the decision made, and nobody's answered that question for me today.
So that's like, I mean, I think that that's part of the problem is we are sent here to do a job today. Like what we did last week, what we did 2 weeks ago, today we have a job to do. And we can decide to do our job to prevent the increase in health care premiums for 20 million Americans. That's a choice. That's what we could choose to do today. Or we can do what Republicans are having us do is, do you know what the percentage is of trans kids, of the kids that are impacted by this, Mr. Guthrie? What the percentage is of trans kids in the United States? 0.2%. It's very low. Basically, it's not very many kids. And Representative Mansman, I liked your point where you said we're picking on the kids. We're picking on the kids rather than helping all Americans afford health care. And Representative Moore, I mean, I think I read something that you had said, and I wanted to know if you still agree with it. You said, in a free society, big government can never take the place of parents in raising our children. Do you agree with that statement?
I agree with that, but I also think we have a responsibility to protect children when that
Okay, but
opportunity presents itself.
you agree with the statement that in a free society, big government can never take the place of parents in raising our children?
That's true.
Yeah, that's true. Now, and I think that the problem is right now, this bill wants to take the place of parents in raising their children. And Representative Raskin, you wanted to say something. I see you reaching for the...
Well, imagine if we were here discussing a bill to throw parents into prison for 10 years if there was a vaccine they didn't want to give their kids. And I would say there's a far more compelling logic for doing that. I mean, nobody's saying that these parents don't love their kids and are not motivated out of their best interest, right? But nobody is here saying we should throw parents in a prison for 10 years because they've fallen into some conspiracy theory about a particular vaccine.
Right, and I think that that's a problem, the hypocrisy of we think it's horrible if government gets involved in any of these things, but we're going to have big government go into our medical exam rooms with our children. And Representative Moore, you want to respond to something?
Well, I think this is more about the doctors. I mean, in Vanderbilt, sorry, Brett, but in 2022, one of the Vanderbilt doctors said these affirming procedures are huge money makers. And so a lot of times I think it's driven by the revenue streams and not the, and in addition to that, if you see a parent giving a kid that's 6 years old a cigarette, are you going to think that's an issue? I mean, do we just let parents, we don't let children under 18 sign contracts in America. So how is it that you say, well, government has no place in the process of protecting children? I think we all would agree with that.
Oh, I think that government has a very big role of protecting children. I think that government needs to allow parents to make decisions about their children's health care, and that we should not be criminalizing decisions that parents make about their health care for their children. And this is the other part that I think is important, that these are not easy decisions, right? And that's why they are made in consultation with medical professionals and with the child and with the parent, the people who know that child best. And the point of picking on the kids and bullying the children, Utah passed a law, and then as a follow-up to that law, they passed several laws, trans, no trans in sports and different things. And they said, we're going to study this. And so they actually conducted a study to see what is the difference, what happens when parents provide medical care for their trans children. And you know what that study found? Found that it's incredibly beneficial. I mean, it sort of like blew up in the Utah Republicans' faces, because the studies found that it was incredibly beneficial in terms of preventing suicides for the children, in terms of the ability of those children to grow up to be healthy adults. And think about that. Think about that. I have 3 children. Everybody here has 3 children. Imagine if your child is contemplating suicide, your child is despondent. You want to do whatever you can. And you are going to go and consult, and you want to be able to consult doctors about your child and try to save their lives and try to make them happy and try to make sure that they can grow up to be adults that feel good about themselves. And we're going to say you can't? And Representative Landsman, do you want to add to that?
Just to your point, several years ago, one of the most disturbing but really important things happened. A young kid, her name was Leah Alcorn, she walked onto the highway and killed herself. She had left a note saying that she was struggling with this issue, her own identity, and she was frustrated that folks, particularly politicians, were treating this community so negatively, and wanted people to know, even if it meant taking her own life, which she did so dramatically. So, I mean, just walking onto the highway and getting hit by a semi. She wanted the community and the public to know what the suicide rates were for these young kids and how high they were, and the fact that most of them think about it. This is a small number of children who are thinking about taking their lives. And the only thing they ask is that we leave them alone. We let them be. And yes, at a time when this Congress needs to decide whether or not it's going to help 22 million Americans pay for health care, this is obviously the last thing the American people want us talking about.
Yeah, we should be talking about how to lower the cost for Americans, how to make sure that more Americans can afford a place to rent, be able to buy a home of your own. How do we bring down the cost of groceries? This is what Americans want us to be working on. But Republicans love to focus on these things. And the story about that trans kids, Mr. Chair, I'd like to enter into the record a piece from NPR dated September 26, 2024. More trans teens attempted suicide after states passed anti-trans law, a study shows.
Without objection, so ordered.
And I think that this is data that has been gathered nationwide, because what we're basically doing is we are bullying at a national level these children. We are bullying them from the bully pulpit of this Congress. And they don't need to be bullied right now. They need to be able to access health care. And the idea that you're going to criminalize, you're going to put people in jail, you're going to put parents and doctors in jail for getting their kids health care, I think that's pushing it too far. I can't imagine that Americans want that. Even if they struggle to understand this issue, even as they might not understand what it means if they don't have somebody in their own family, the last thing we want to do is put doctors in jail for doing what is consistent with the American Medical Association's directives. So, I mean, I think it's very sad that we're spending this time on this issue rather than on that which Americans actually care about. And with that, unless there's anything else that you want to add, Representative Raskin.
But thank you for that last point, Ms. Leisure Fernandez. I've thought a lot about this whole thing, and you know, there's a difference between misfortune and injustice. And when I listened to a lot of the families that came to talk to me about this, being born essentially into the wrong body and having to deal with that over a period of many, many years and struggling with it is a misfortune. None of us would wish that upon anyone. But if the government compounds the misfortune by turning it into a crime when the healthcare community and your parents try to help you, that's not just a misfortune, that's an injustice. We can do something about that. And life is hard enough for people, as you're saying, that we shouldn't be compounding the misfortune with bullying and injustice by government. If we don't want to try to help them ourselves, we don't want to try to alleviate the misfortune and be on their side, all right, we can debate that, but we certainly should not be trying to arrest people, prosecute people, imprison people, break up families because they're just trying to address the medical needs and the emotional needs of their kids.
Thank you, Mr. Raskin. And with that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Now recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, for his time of questioning.
I find myself extremely frustrated this week with the entire state of affairs in this venerable institution. It is a circus on both sides of the aisle, a complete and utter joke. The institution is failing the American people from top to bottom. And we see it on full display here in the Rules Committee. We have, on the one hand, the tragic failure of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to recognize the unbelievable harms being posed to our children by these absurd laws, these absurd procedures that are being carried out on children. Chloe Cole, who came and testified in front of the Subcommittee on the Constitution and the Judiciary Committee, who described in great detail on her birthday, testifying in front of that committee, I had a double mastectomy at 15. After my breasts were taken away from me, the tissue was incinerated. Before I was able to legally drive, I had a huge part of my future, womanhood, taken away from me. I will never be able to breastfeed. I struggle to look at myself in the mirror at times. I still struggle to this day with sexual dysfunction, and I have massive scars across my chest, and skin grafts that they took from my nipples are weeping fluid today, and they were grafted into a more masculine positioning. We need to stop telling 12-year-olds that they were born wrong, that they were right to reject their own bodies and feel uncomfortable with their own skin. We need to stop telling children that puberty is an option, that they can choose what kind of puberty they will go through, just like they can choose what clothes to wear or what music to listen to. Puberty is a rite of passage to adulthood, not a disease to be mitigated. It was powerful testimony by a woman who was de-transitioned. And it is extraordinary to me that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle can't recognize how ridiculous it is in our culture that we were doing this to children. At the same token, Republicans go around and preen and posture about limited government and about how far the federal government should go, and they will use a massive extension of the Commerce Clause and the instrumentalities of commerce to criminalize behavior. Like, we go around preaching that we shouldn't have more federal laws.
We go around preaching that we shouldn't use a bastardized version of the Constitution where commerce was not supposed to mean federal criminalization. We're not supposed to have two sets of laws. We're not supposed to have federal criminal laws that are replicating what the states are supposed to do. There's nothing in Article 1, Section 8 that says we should be going down this road. Yet because after Lopez and Morrison, Republicans and conservatives went around thumping their chest, oh, there's a limit to Commerce Clause power. Well, what is that limit, you say? Use the magic words. Use the magic words of the instrumentalities of commerce, or whatever you might say, to say that the federal government can come in and criminalize whatever behavior you would like to criminalize. And the fact here is, I absolutely support in Texas and in states criminalizing this, carrying out these kinds of what I believe are abuses on our children. And I think Ms. Green is right to be pursuing that objective. Ms. Green took out her frustrations today in saying that my audacity to offer an amendment that tries to limit and tailor the scope of federal power by saying that perhaps it should be limited to federal property, perhaps it should be limited to actually crossing state lines, and perhaps, and I was being liberal in this construction, by the way, it should be limited to federal dollars and federal dollars that are flowing to the institutions in question. So now we have, I've got us sitting here, this paradox, right? I don't support this kind of behavior, and I think it should be criminalized. I also don't believe we should make a mockery of a limited Constitution in carrying out what is clearly a political message. That's the case. Marjorie was given this vote this week to buy her vote on the National Defense Authorization Act. Everybody knows it. It happened right there on the floor of the House. The majority leader said, Marjorie, would you like to have your bill brought up to the floor? And guess what? Got a yes vote on the rule for the National Defense Authorization Act. And that's the kind of shit that keeps happening around this institution all the time, including on our side of the aisle. And I'm sick of it. And I'm sick of what happened in the Judiciary Committee when we should have done it there. We should have addressed it in the Judiciary Committee. The people who are supposed to be vanguards of the Constitution. And now we're sitting here and we're listening to nonsense about health care, where my colleagues on the other side of the aisle sit here saying, well, you guys aren't doing anything about the massive expensive cost of health care. Why do you think it's expensive? Because you literally cut a deal with insurance companies to run health care. You think that's going to run wild? Yeah. That's why they have 2,000% profit increases, and the American people can't afford to go to the doctor of their choice while we enrich insurance companies. And yet Republicans will complain about it, and then they'll offer milquetoast garbage like we're offering this week, and then go home at Christmas and say, look at what we're doing. We're campaigning on reducing health care. Well, congratulations. At some point, people will look at this body and say, maybe we should get rid of all 435 members of the House and all 100 members of the Senate and start over, because Congress is literally failing the American people. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Let me take a moment of point of personal privilege. I have a constituent who's up here for the unveiling of the Barbara Johns statute, who's now joined us in the Rules Committee, State Senator David Suderland. Everybody would just say hi and welcome. And now I turn it, and I turn it now over to the chairwoman, Ms. Fox.
Right. That's okay. Mr. Neguse, you wanted to ask one question? Okay, thank you. Mr. Griffith, did you have an opportunity to ask any questions? You didn't? Thank you. Okay. Did you?
I know I passed.
Okay. All right. Well, gentlemen, thank you very much for being here to testify on these bills, you're excused. Free. I'd like to invite Mr. Fitzpatrick, Mr. Lawler, Mr. LaLota, Ms. Kiggins, and Ms. Sparks to come to the witness table. Mr. Fitzpatrick, your entire statement will be entered into the record, and I now recognize you for 5 minutes or less.
Thank you, Chairwoman Fox, Ranking Member McGovern, and members of this committee. Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah to all of our colleagues. And thank you for allowing us to testify to our amendment, Amendment 13, to the Lower Health Care Premiums for All Act. Without action to address this growing unaffordability of the ACA marketplace and the looming expiration of the enhanced ACA premium tax credits, millions of Americans will be facing the impossible decision of whether or not to forego health insurance. Our amendment is a two-party solution to address not only the expiration of the enhanced credits, but also the waste and fraud that is partially driving up the cost of the ACA marketplace. Madam Chair, included in this policy are common sense reforms, a 2-year extension of the enhanced credits with targeted income caps at 700% of the federal poverty line, equivalent to roughly $225,000 in annual income for a family of 4. The wealthiest in America should not be eligible for heavily subsidized insurance, and this limit keeps the credits targeted to the lower and middle income earners. Moreover, this amendment establishes guardrails to protect against fraudulent actors who have taken advantage of the system and remove them from operating, as well as improved notification for recipients, as well as enrollment verifications. This amendment also expands the opportunity for individuals receiving credits in the marketplace to direct a portion of that credit into a health savings account. For enrollees who decide to utilize this HSA, they will have flexibility to use their credit for healthcare expenses. There is increasing appetite to look at options to give the credits directly to the individual. And this is a targeted approach that increases HSA flexibility and also looks at ways to expand the accessibility of HSAs. Madam Chair, we have worked with committee to assure that this amendment is germane to the underlying bill to address lowering the cost of premiums for Americans, and it is 100% paid for. Moreover, this amendment builds on the efforts of the Lower Healthcare Premiums for All Act to responsibly build an off-ramp from the growing unaffordability of the enhanced COVID-era credits in the marketplace. Madam Chair, I'd also like to add that the cut-go rule is not a law. It is a rule that is self-imposed. And the current policy baseline, and I know this issue came up before, makes this provision entirely paid for. In fact, it's a cost savings because we do apply income caps. I believe Ranking Member McGovern raised this issue earlier. This amendment is germane. We actually had to remove a large section of this bill, the HSA section. I'm sorry, the PBM section. We were puzzled as to how that was not germane because there is a PBM section in the underlying bill. However, we did conform with committee's request to remove that. So it is germane, it is paid for, and we ask this committee adopt this amendment. And I yield back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lawler. You're recognized.
Thank you, Chairwoman Fox and Ranking Member McGovern and colleagues on the Rules Committee. For 43 days, the government was shut down. And our Democratic colleagues said that this existential issue of the premium tax credits that were put in place during COVID, the expiration of it, was existential and that we needed to pass an extension. When the government was reopened, Mr. Fitzpatrick, Mr. LaLota, myself, Ms. Kiggins, among many others, sat down in a bipartisan way with our colleagues across the aisle and in the other chamber to come up with ideas about how we could agree to legislation to extend the enhanced premium tax credit and get the necessary support to get it across the finish line. There are numerous bills that have been put forward and ideas that have been outlaid. But the objective was to find bipartisan consensus because you need 218 votes in the House and 60 votes in the Senate. Senator Schumer went through a messaging exercise last week and put a Democrat-only bill on the floor, a 3-year clean extension that did not get 60 votes. We know that is the position of the Democratic leader in the House, a clean 3-year extension that as of now does not have 218 votes. We have 2 pieces of bipartisan legislation that have been worked over that have support and should get an up or down vote on the House floor. And so, to me, this is very simple. Regardless of party, if we agree that there needs to be an extension, if we agree that the expiration of the enhanced premium tax credit would cause a spike in premiums, then we have to come together in a bipartisan way. The my way or the highway approach to governing here is not going to work. There are 2 discharge petitions on the floor right now that have more than enough Republican signatures on them. If the Democrats would join us in that, we can get a straight up or down vote on this. These amendments are being offered. We hope this committee will approve them and allow for an up or down vote, but in the event that they do not, there is a very simple way for this to be resolved and a vote to be forced. And I would encourage all of my colleagues on the Democratic side to join those of us who have signed the discharge petitions to do so. This is not about politics. This is about addressing an issue that we both agree is a problem. And we can all agree that, unfortunately, Obamacare has not actually produced the result it was intended. It was intended to reduce health care costs. But since Obamacare took effect in 2010, health care costs have risen by 96% nationwide. So there obviously has to be a larger conversation about how we address health care costs in America. And we should work on that in a bipartisan way. But the immediate issue before us is the expiration of the enhanced premium tax credit. That is why we are here. That is why we are offering a product that has been worked over in a bipartisan way and has the support of 11 Republicans on the floor in a discharge petition. I ask everybody to vote in favor of moving this out of committee, but in the event it does not, I encourage my Democratic colleagues to join us on that discharge.
Thank you, Mr. Lawler. Mr. LaLota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm here tonight to speak in favor of LaLota Amendments 23 and 24, because Congress must confront the long-term affordability and accessibility challenges in our healthcare system. Since Obamacare became law, insurers have posted record profits on the back of taxpayers and patients, while premiums have risen 60% more than inflation, and nearly 1 in 3 claims are denied. Families pay more, get less, and we're left with few choices. Congress must also confront the short-term realities facing families today. At the end of this year, the ACA enhanced premium tax credit subsidies expire, an outcome that will raise health care costs for many of our constituents. Madam Chair, I intend to support the underlying bill before us, the Lower Health Care Premiums for All Americans Act, because it begins to address the structural flaws driving up costs and limiting access in our healthcare system. Reforms that increase competition, transparency, and accountability are essential if we are serious about lowering costs over the long term. But long-term reform alone is not enough. We also need responsible, temporary solutions for Americans who rely on the Affordable Care Act exchanges today, roughly 7% of the population, many of whom depend on the enhanced premium tax credits to afford coverage. Those credits were presented to the American people as temporary and pandemic-related when they were enacted. Yet, 3 years later, millions of families have come to rely upon them, and simply doing nothing would be irresponsible. That's why the Fitzpatrick and Kiggins amendments matter. They provide a needed runway for families as the long-term reforms in the underlying bill begin to take effect and actually bring costs down. My two amendments, written with the goal of earning 60 votes in the Senate, build on that approach. They keep the underlying bill intact. They preserve the reform provisions in the Fitzpatrick and Kiggins amendments. Amendment 23 relates to the Fitzpatrick bill, and Amendment 24 relates to the Kiggins bill, while maintaining the reform components of each. But instead of continuing subsidies that flow through Washington to insurance companies, my amendments replace the ACA enhanced premium tax credit subsidies with $25 to $30 billion in above-the-line tax relief for Americans purchasing coverage on Obamacare. If enacted, Americans would receive this tax relief when they file their 2025 and 2026 taxes at the same time those premiums are rising. These amendments improve the policy for three important reasons, Madam Chair. First, they put money directly back into the pockets of patients and families rather than perpetuating a system where taxpayer dollars are routed through insurance companies that have already proven to prioritize profits over affordability. Second, they comply with House rules. Unlike new spending programs, tax relief does not require an offset, making this approach fiscally responsible, procedurally sound, and immediately workable. Third, these amendments make the underlying bill more achievable by helping build the bipartisan coalition necessary to pass both the House and ultimately earn 60 votes in the Senate. While extremes on both sides may find reasons to oppose this effort, pragmatic members focus on both short and long-term solutions for Americans should find little reason to object to a bill that balances immediate relief with long-lasting reform. It helps those in the ACA in the short term, a stated goal of many of my colleagues on the left, and it advances transparency, accountability, and structural reform, a stated goal of many of my colleagues on the right. This is a balanced, common-sense approach. Protect families in the short term, fix a system in the long term, and stop rewarding the very interests that created this problem in the first place. For that reason, I urge support, and I yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. LaLota. Congresswoman Sparks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Ranking Member. I have several amendments, and I am going to withdraw them for now, but I would like to talk about health care. I think we, as Congress, failed the American people, resolved this issue. I know that we do a lot of messaging here, but people are really struggling. Our health care premiums are unaffordable. We cannot continue subsidizing health care cartels. We cannot keep making insurance profits higher at the expense of our children and grandchildren. We cannot create protectionism in every market and shield it. Then now we have oligopolies and oligarchy on every market sector, and they are now being lobbying very hard here, and everyone is getting screwed back home. So we have to find some solutions. We have to acknowledge that so-called Affordable Care Act failed miserably, and some of the provisions that were actually good in it were actually taken out on a bipartisan basis. Let's just be honest, because this place is not governing for we the people. So we have to really become serious and propose some solution. I think there is some good language in this bill, but it's not enough. We need to move forward. We need to do more stuff. I think association health plan language need to be improved, that we have larger stakeholders be able to utilize. We need to help people in the short term, how they're going to survive with these premiums, because these premiums for American families becoming completely unaffordable. We need to have more transparency. So I think we have to have that conversation in January. This is the only time that we still maybe have a chance to govern. After January and our fiscal bill, we're going to be all politicking again and worrying about election. But I think for change, we need to worry about the American people and not cartels on healthcare. Hospitals and insurance are destroying marketplace. It doesn't exist anymore. Hospitals charging egregious prices, over 2.5 times increase in the last 20 years, and insurance is not insurance anymore. They actually do markup. They make money on top of these high prices and destroying any competition. The states are not able to create products that actually able to, to protect the consumer with guaranteed renewable. The states are not able to provide any services, and we not allow physicians under Obamacare to own hospitals, but they now own most of the physicians. Provide a market, and insurance market has to be reformed, and this institution had for a change that govern for we the people, not for big cartels and lobbying group here that destroying healthcare and fiscal state of our nation, our states, our families, small and large employees. So I hope it will be a good step forward and we can work to improve this bill, and I hope we maybe have some bipartisanship and actually both parties will put money where their mouth is and do something for the people, not just messages and talking and politicking. Thank you. Kneel back.
Thank you, Representative Sparks. Representative Kiggins asks that her written testimony on her amendment be entered into the record without objection. Let me see. Mr. Langworthy, do you have any questions of our witnesses?
I want to thank the witnesses for coming here to present their ideas. There's a lot of different opinions in the conference on the future of healthcare. We have to get to the solutions that will help all citizens, because this is something that is not just for the members of affordable healthcare and the people that depend on that program, although that is an important thing in front of us. But we have to look at why these costs explode. And I think every single healthcare meeting I take, I ask that question of the people involved as to why are we in this position? Why are we having double-digit increases year over year? And this is something that we have to dedicate ourselves to on both sides of the aisle, is getting solutions that we can unite the American people behind, that we can actually solve this crisis once and for all. So I appreciate your dedication to the cause, dedication to all of our mutual constituents in trying to help find a way forward. And hopefully in the new year, we can do that.
Thank you, Mr. Langworthy. Mr. McGovern.
I thank you for being here. The panel before you on health care brought before this committee a bill that did not go through regular order. We're still trying to understand all the implications of that bill, but it was kind of pieced together at the last minute and brought here. Obviously, just a cursory review makes me very concerned that it doesn't do any of the things that any of you just talked about. And I appreciate you trying to find a way forward. And I'm going to tell you right now that my prediction is, and maybe I'll be proven wrong on this, is that this Rules Committee will decide that every one of your measures is either non-germane or scores. And they will use that as an excuse to not make these amendments in order. And again, the Rules Committee could do anything it wants to do. I mean, we could waive germaneness, and we can, waive the cut-go provisions, and I mean, we do whatever we want if the political will existed here. I'm not sure that it does. We will try to make the case when we get to the point where we're actually reporting out a rule. But I'm going to just say this. I guess what happens, how do you guys vote on a rule if everything is blocked? And the reason why I asked you that question is because the panel just right before you was on two bills dealing with the transgender community. One didn't even go through committee, but it was brought up here because it was a way to basically get some of your members to vote for the rule on the NDAA. And this person got their amendments made in order. I'm just wondering, I mean, do you support the rule if everything is blocked, or, because I think at the end of the day, I mean, we got to find a way to force these votes, and I'm just not sure that, without the current leadership of this Congress understanding that there's a cost to not making these amendments in order, I just don't think they will do it. So I'm just curious what you think about that.
I'll speak for myself. Appreciate the ranking member's words. I'll vote for rules and bills based on the merits, not out of retaliation or spite, but there will be consequences if these amendments are not made in order. I think the only thing worse than a clean extension without any income limits and any reforms, because it's not a perfect system, the only thing worse than that would be expiration. And I would make that decision. But I would never vote against a rule or a bill out of spite. It's based on the policy and whether it's good or bad for the district.
No, and
but I hope...
and I appreciate that, but I don't know whether you've had a chance to review the bill that was brought before this committee or not. It doesn't do anything about extending the enhanced...
Oh, I'm aware.
Yeah,
I'm aware.
Yeah, so you know. Right.
Yeah. But I am very hopeful, Mr. Ranking Member, that this committee does rule them in order, because there are many people in our conference, many people in this Congress on both sides of the aisle that know that where the overwhelming majority of American people are is they want these credits extended, but with guardrails, with income caps, targeting the lower to middle income earners, doing what we can to clean up fraud. Doesn't say there's a lot of fraud, but every system can be improved, especially single-party solutions, right? They can always be improved. And my colleagues raised great points. The expiration of credits doesn't mean you don't revisit them and decide whether or not to extend them, right? That's exactly what the Republican conference did this year. So this is really, really important. And, we all know people. We can talk about the small percentage of people that are impacted here, 7%. That's irrelevant. To set those 7%, this is everything to them. It's everything to them. And this is about our friends and neighbors. Take politics, take all that stuff out of the equation. These are people that we know back home that need our help. And they're not stuck in this echo chamber here. They're not getting involved in this Hatfield versus McCoy nonsense. They just want us to, work together to fix this. And, that's my answer to your question, Ranking Member. I'll let my colleagues.
What I would say is governing by extraction is not a good strategy. And we have seen that repeatedly in the last Congress and at times in this Congress. And while it may work in one instance, it generally does not work overall. And I certainly don't think you would support that strategy in your own conference if you were chair of the Rules Committee.
I wouldn't allow
But moreover, the issue I see before us is that we have a Republican majority in the House and the Senate, which means in order to get something through the House, you need Republican votes. And in order to get something through the Senate, you need Democratic votes. Those are the rules, which means that you need bipartisanship. And in the absence of our leadership putting a vote on the floor, as you just alluded to, it's not in the bill, which is why we're here offering an amendment, the only feasible path forward then is a discharge petition. And 11 Republicans have signed 2 discharge petitions, one for the Fitzpatrick bill and one for the Kiggins-Gottheimer bill. Those are live, those are active. And so, yes, we agree there needs to be a vote on the floor, and I would just encourage all of you to join us in signing those 2 discharge
Well,
petitions.
I would just say, I don't believe in government by extraction. I don't believe in government by exclusion either. And yeah, and you have discharge petitions, but, you know, there's also another discharge petition with 214 signatories to it, and another 4 signers would mean it would begin the clock so that we'd be forced to vote. Yes.
I wouldn't mind addressing that. You know, some folks are warm to that idea, but we can already predict what happens in the Senate on that. That already failed to reach 60 votes, and those of us who are submitting amendments to the underlying bill want a real lawmaking exercise. We want to present something that has a real shot, getting 218 here in the House and 60 in the Senate. The clean 3-year extension doesn't seem like a lawmaking exercise.
Well, here's just a thought. I think if something passes here, including the 3-year extension, the pressure on the Senate will be so enormous that I think the winds will change. But in any event, I mean, there's a number of options here. I'm just simply saying that, you know, we can talk about this, but we're going to have to figure out a way forward. And again, I think the underlying bill that was brought before this committee, not even going through regular order as a solution, I mean, I think it's a bad bill, and it's going to hurt a lot of people. So Sparks, what?
Ranking member, listen, I learned one thing here. Unfortunately, this place doesn't work in regular order. We're kind of under mob rule, and we have to do special operations. And if we do something good for, and actually Pentagon called irregular warfare. It's much broader. And unfortunately, that's how we govern, by crises here and do this. But I think, you know, to do something good, if it's really willing, I'm willing to help people in the short term, especially 400% poverty level, if we do some real reforms to help the rest of the people. So if your team is willing to have real reforms, not just talking points, because we cannot subsidize insurance company nonstop. We have to be able to provide more competition and transparency and offer different. If your party is willing to have that compromise, I'm willing to work with it, but it doesn't seem like, you know, we cannot just subsidize big companies. And I'm willing to challenge my own party, you know it very well. But I think we need to find people with common sense on both sides who are willing to move forward.
Yeah, and again, I appreciate it, and we'll figure out how this all plays out, but I just think it's just hard to complain about getting blocked if you vote for a rule that blocks your amendments, but that's just me. With that, I yield back, Madam Chair.
May I just have one last comment? Just on the current policy baseline. I sure hope we're consistent in this Congress. I sure hope we are.
I do too, and you heard me.
Because a continuation of this program is continuing policy baseline, which does not score. And our amendment, and I believe the others are, but we specifically worked with this committee to make our amendment germane. We had to pull provisions out to make it germane. We made technical and conforming changes. So the germaneness problem has been resolved. And if there's a scoring issue, we would have to take a completely hypocritical position to what we took for H.R. 1. I yield back.
And I agree with you, and I made that point with the chairs who are here, so we'll see what happens, but I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. Mr. Scott, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be brief. I just want to again reiterate the numbers. CVS Aetna, $372 billion in revenue. United Healthcare, $400 billion in revenue. Cigna, $247 billion in revenue. That's just three of the insurance carriers receiving the subsidies. That's $1,089 billion. I know all of you have negotiated in good faith, and I appreciate that. I can't say that for every member on this issue. You also know that all three of these carriers own pharmacy benefit managers as well. I'm not interested in giving subsidies, as much as I respect all three of you. I'm not interested in taxing hard-earned American citizens to give subsidies to people who own pharmacy benefit managers and have treated the American citizens the way PBMs have. I think it's very unfortunate that we've had the consolidation in the markets we have, but I want to remind you of this. Up to and until 2021, the health insurance industry was exempt from the antitrust laws of the country. You had massive consolidations. Those consolidations, some were occurring, but the massive ones occurred after the Affordable Care Act was passed. And if the Democrats actually wanted to fix the system, when they passed the Affordable Care Act, they would have taken the antitrust exemption away from the health insurance carriers And we sure shouldn't have ever allowed the health insurance industry to own the pharmacy benefit managers. Again, I appreciate the fact that y'all have all conducted yourselves in a professional manager. I will not vote to give subsidies to anybody who owns a pharmacy benefit manager, though I hope you understand that.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Scott. I agree with everything you said. We had PBM language in our bill that this committee stripped out. It was in our bill. This committee stripped it out.
This member wants to prohibit the health insurance industry from owning pharmacy benefit managers.
Agreed.
Can I just respond real quick?
Briefly.
I don't think there's any question when you look at United Healthcare, which owns the largest provider in the country, when you look at the situation with CVS Caremark, insurance companies should not be owning providers, they should not be owning PBMs. That should be prohibited, period. And we should actually pass legislation to that effect.
Federal Trade Commission could deal with it right now. Federal Trade Commission said that the drug companies can't own them. Federal Trade Commission could come out today. Maybe our Federal Trade Commissioner should wake up and actually do their job and prohibit the insurance industry from owning PBMs.
They should.
I appreciate all of you. Madam Chair, I yield the remainder of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Mr. Fitzpatrick, I need to clear the record again. We've been doing a lot of that today in this committee. It's the parliamentarians, not this committee, that decide what is germane, not we.
We could waive germaneous rules if we wanted to.
And the committee does not do that. You didn't do it when you were in the majority. You do not, and we do not do
If
that.
I were in the majority now, I would.
Oh, okay.
Good
But
to
Chairwoman,
know.
we did make those changes, though, pursuant to the feedback.
I'm just telling you who makes the decision on that. Okay, Ms. Scanlon. Thank you, Mr. Griffith. Mr. Neguse.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just simply say first, thank you to the witnesses. Appreciate your testimony, appreciate you taking the initiative to present these amendments and for negotiating in good faith. And I certainly, for one, appreciate your efforts. I will just say, Mr. Fitzpatrick, I don't think you were in the room for this particular exchange, but I'm glad you're here now to just reestablish your understanding of how at least the current policy baseline discussion has evolved over the last week, because earlier I had the opportunity to question some of the chairmen who testified on this particular issue, and when I attested, at least, or I described what I had read in public reporting, which was that the suggestion that House Republicans, the leadership, had decided to impose a different standard with respect to current policy baseline on your effort and the amendment efforts of all of the members who are here today. The chairwoman artfully noted that that was hearsay, because of course I was not in the room, which is true, with Speaker Johnson and yourself and others. So I don't know if you have more information. Perhaps you can establish that that is not hearsay, that in fact your caucus, your conference, is adopting a different current policy baseline understanding.
We'll find out when this committee rules, whether we're
suppose we
being
will.
held to a different standard or not.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you completely that it would be hypocritical and, as I said to Chairman Smith, in very bad faith for them to now, them meaning, of course, your colleagues here on the Rules Committee in the majority, to not impose the same understanding of current policy baseline with respect to the extension of the tax credits. And I hope they offer some justification or rationalization as to how they managed to get there. Last thing I would say, I don't want to belabor it because I think Ranking Member McGovern.
Then no.
What was that? Well, I will. In that case, Madam Chair, I mean, look, Ranking Member McGovern noted this, and I couldn't agree with him more. I understand there are discharge petitions that are pending, and I will take at face value your encouragement, Mr. Lawler, regarding potential signing of the discharge petitions that you all have introduced. Ranking Member McGovern noted the discharge petition that's pending that has 214 signatures from the Democratic side of the aisle. The much easier approach, though, of course, would be to convince 3 Republicans to simply rule your amendments in order. That's all it takes. right? And I appreciate you being here, it's 7 o'clock, here making the case, because if just 3 Republicans say, you know what, we don't necessarily even agree with the substance of your amendments, but you deserve to have an up or down vote, we'll have an up or down vote tomorrow. The Ranking Member McGovern's point, I think, which is valid, is that there's no way, and I hate to break this to you, but I think you know, that they're going to rule these amendments in order. They won't. We're going to support, I think we're going to offer an amendment to make your amendments in order, and I'm certainly going to support that. But I don't think they're going to. Of course, the secondary option is to vote against the rule on the floor tomorrow, and I think Ranking Member McGovern was essentially articulating, before you all were in the room, Chip Roy, actually you were here, Mr. Fitzpatrick, you heard this, but the whole reason we're considering one of the bills tomorrow is because Representative Taylor Greene, I guess, according to Mr. Roy, voted against the rule and secured an agreement to get a vote on her bill. And so that obviously is an option that's open to all of you. I understand your point, Mr. Fitzpatrick. You articulated, I think, a principled view about why you don't want to necessarily vote against the rule. And so I will hope to read between the lines here, and we'll just hope that in the event the Republicans on this committee reject these amendments and don't rule them in order, in the event that the rule passes tomorrow, that you all would consider signing that discharge petition, because convincing just 4 people to sign the discharge petition that has 214 signatures on it is going to be a lot easier than convincing 200 people, or I don't know what that number was, I guess 180 people, let's say 175 people, to sign on to the 2 petitions that you all have pending in the amount of time that we have. And so that would just be my request. But again, I appreciate you all being here and making the pitch. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Neguse. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez.
I wasn't here, just for the record. Madam Chair. I demand a retraction. No retraction.
Ms. Ledger-Fernandez,
I
do
was
you
giving
have
her
any
time to
questions?
retract, and I was, and I think that, the discussion we've had all day today here really is about what action do we take now, right? Because that's why our constituents sent us here. And I take it that's why you all are here, because you, like the rest of us, are hearing from your own constituents. I've looked up the numbers. They're big. Pennsylvania is going to get hit hard, right? Your district is going to get hit hard, isn't it? Actually, Mr. Lawler's isn't as hard as some of the rest of you. Oh, no, yours isn't as hard. But your district's going to get hit hard by this, right? Why are you here? Why are you here?
People that are in need of financial assistance. I'm concerned about affordability across the board, everything from food to fuel to housing to transportation to healthcare to childcare. And these are our friends and neighbors who are having a very, very tough time making ends meet. You see the stress they go through. You see the lost sleep and the damaged relationships and the challenged marriages and everything that ensues from financial struggles. And government can't fix all of that, but we can certainly do our part here, our little part, to try to relieve a little bit of that stress and pressure. So I think anybody that approaches this job with empathy and you hear these people out, it tugs at your heart. If you have a heart and you're listening to your constituents, it should move you to act. So that's why I'm here.
Well, we hope that people's hearts are not two sizes too small, and that they will indeed try to act on lowering the healthcare prices. Because I think, the healthcare premiums, because I think that's the other question is, without your amendment, does the bill as presently reported solve the problem that the people that you're
It's
caring about?
around, my personal view, it dances around the edges. It does not get to the core of the problem. Quite frankly, the PTC extension doesn't get to the real core of the problem either.
But for the
anything-
immediate.
Correct.
Can I okay, so there's 2 issues before us. One is the immediacy of the expiration of the enhanced premium tax credit, which impacts roughly 7% of the population, roughly 22 or so million people that are relying on this enhanced credit. What it actually does is sends money to the insurance companies, which Mr. Scott is right about. And a clean extension without any reforms really does nothing to rein in the insurance companies and say, wait a minute, you have to actually be transparent about what you're doing. We have to look at why healthcare costs keep rising. So it's a short-term Band-Aid on a much bigger problem, which is the second part, which is the fact that healthcare premiums nationwide keep going up. And since Obamacare took effect, have risen 96%. And so what the underlying bill here does is start to address some of the broader issues within healthcare, not just the Obamacare exchanges, but the broader issues around healthcare reform that is necessary. And we should be working in a bipartisan way to address some of those issues. And so, for instance, associated health plans, that actually does positively impact small businesses in terms of A, being able to provide health insurance coverage, but B, do so at a cheaper rate. So there are things we should be looking to do. But the reason we're offering these amendments is because we have to address the immediacy of the expiring tax credit.
Right, and I think that that's the issue, is that we have an immediate problem, and we've been sent here by our constituents to address immediate problems as well as look down the future. When I first came to Congress, I sat and it was COVID, so, it was really kind of sad. But we sat down in that hall, and I said, oh my God, we're in this time machine right here. Because we are sitting on the floor of the House, and we are sitting where decisions have been made that have changed history. We are sitting in a place of history. But we are making decisions today that will affect our future. So we actually sit in all three time zones, but we have to act today, and it's your vote or your signature that count, right? Letters where we say we're going to not vote for this bill, or we're not going to do this, or on, or social media posts, in the end, they don't count. What counts is the vote or the signature on a discharge petition. And I think that that's the moment where we're at, and that's the moment where you will be tomorrow, right? After we debate the rule, if it does not have your amendments, is what will you do, not as a retraction, but as a policy position? Because that vote on the rule tomorrow will be a vote on the policy position of whether we're going to act now to address the immediate problem, which is expiring tax credits. And the idea that they would poo-poo, oh, it's only 7%, I'm sorry. 20 million people is a lot of people. 70,000 people is a lot of people in some of your districts. Oh my God, in Florida, that's 210,000 people in Representative Jimenez's district. 210,000 people, right? Valadeo's district, huge. So I think that that's where we're at with regards to this. Representative Lawler.
Can I just ask one question? Because look, time is of the essence. We all know, we're trying to force a vote here. I believe I heard all four of you say that you would support making our amendment in order. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Which means that you believe there should be a vote on the floor?
We think there should be a vote on the floor.
On our amendments?
Yeah, on your amendments.
Okay.
No, wait a minute.
We will offer an amendment to make all your amendments in order.
Okay. So accepting that you believe our amendment should be in order and that you want to see them get a yay or nay vote, whether or not you will vote for them is up to you. But if they are not made in order, will you commit to signing the discharge so that we can get an up or down vote on them, since you believe they should get a yes or no vote?
Will you do the same?
We have signed 2 discharge petitions.
On the
wait.
that we're talking about.
You have signed the one that failed in the Senate. And we are offering these 2 that are bipartisan, which we both know is going to require 218
votes. You have no
votes.
guarantee that yours will pass in the Senate.
But we have a bipartisan agreement that we are trying to get a vote on. And so I think all of us should be working every which way, every one of us
Yeah, that's
should be
fine.
working to get a vote.
Let's work on all 3 of them. Let's set.
All of them.
Would you,
Yeah. Oh,
You're going to sign on to all 3?
this is what I'm suggesting. I've suggested this idea that we offer an amendment, which we're going to do, that makes all 4, the Kiggins proposal, the Fitzpatrick proposal, the Malota proposal, maybe it's only one of those, I'm sorry, and the discharge petition that was made by Democrats, Leader Jeffries, to make all of those we are suggesting to you, we believe all of them deserve a vote. And I'm simply asking.
Put it
if-
all on the floor for a yay or nay.
And so if you're willing to sign the discharge petition that 214 Democrats have signed, I suspect there are going to be a lot of Democrats who are willing to sign yours as well. So
Ms.
I'm-
Le-
that's-
Excuse me.
I think I-
I'm sorry. There's a conversation going on here. Ms. Leisure Fernandez had the time.
all the time
I'm not going to tolerate this conversation. So,
Well, I have the time, I would like to, because we are allowed to yield, I'd like to yield time to my ranking member.
I would just say, if we want to vote this week, the rule has to make these amendments in order. Under no circumstances will we get a vote this week on any of these measures if we have to go the discharge route. So, I mean, the first item before us is the Rules Committee, and trying to make these amendments in order. We will make a motion to do that. Thank you. Yield back.
Thank you. And I think that that's it, right? There will be signatures and votes required tomorrow. And I am looking forward to having those who have stated this is key and important and you can't move forward. We're looking forward to it. We really appreciated your honesty. We don't agree, we all are, hallelujah, let's deal with those PBMs, right? Let's get the Trump Federal Trade Commission to go after that. Let's do that. There are parts of this bill that I cannot support for reasons I said earlier, but the issue of the immediacy of what we need to do now to address the rising cost of healthcare premiums for 20 million people. We need to keep 4 million people on their health insurance. We can act tomorrow. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
thank you, Ms. Leisure Fernandez. Mr. Norman, do you have any questions? Do not. Okay. Anyone else seeking to testify on H.R. 6703, H.R. 498, or H.R. 3492? Seeing none, this closes the hearing portion of our meeting.
Okay, so there's a fix in here for the speaker, right?
Yes, it's the last clip.
Madam Chair, I move the committee grant H.R. 6703, the Lower Healthcare Premiums for All Americans Act, a closed rule. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the bill. The rule provides that the bill shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against provisions in the bill. The rule provides 1 hour of general debate equally divided among and controlled by the respective chairs and ranking minority members of the Committee on Education, Workforce, Energy and Commerce, and Ways and Means, or their respective designees. The rule provides 1 motion to recommit. The rule further provides for consideration of H.R. 498, the Do No Harm in Medicaid Act, under a closed rule. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the bill. The rule provides that the bill shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against provisions in the bill. The rule provides 1 hour of general debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees. The rule provides one motion to recommit. The rule further provides for consideration of H.R. 3492, the Protect Children's Innocence Act under a structured rule. The rule provides all points of order against consideration of the bill. The rule provides that the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Judiciary, now printed in the bill, shall be considered as adopted, and the bill as amended shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against provisions in the bill as amended. The rule provides 1 hour of general debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees. The rule makes in order only the further amendment printed in the Rules Committee report. Each amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. The rule waives all points of order against amendment printed in the Rules Committee report. The rule provides one motion to recommit. Finally, the rule provides that during consideration of H.R. 4776, pursuant to House Resolution 951, the further amendment specified in Section 5 of this resolution shall be considered as adopted.
Heard the motion. Is there any discussion or amendment to the rule?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, just for the record, I'm looking at the final part of the rule which says provides that during consideration of H.R. 4776 pursuant to House Resolution 951, the further amendment specified in Section 5 of this resolution shall be considered as adopted. So we're self-executing an amendment to the Speed Act, which we have already considered and voted on. Am I correct?
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, even when we pass a rule, we have to come back and, and change things, which I just want to point out for the record that this is the way things are going down around here. But Madam Chair, I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make in order amendments number 13, 17, 23, and 24 to H.R. 6703, offered by Representatives Kiggins, Fitzpatrick, and LaLota, as well as provide for consideration of H.R. 6074 to extend the Affordable Care Act enhanced premium tax credits for 3 years through 2028 under a closed rule, debatable for 1 hour, equally divided between the chair and ranking member of the Committee on Ways and Means. And Madam Chair, to be clear, I support a clean 3-year extension of the enhanced ACA premium tax credits. But these amendments have been submitted in good faith by thoughtful Republican members, and I think they deserve an up and down vote on the House floor. Congressman Fitzpatrick and other Republicans reportedly had a deal with Speaker Johnson to allow a vote on an amendment, at least until yesterday when the deal broke down. Apparently, Republican leadership is opposed to spending any money to bring down health care costs for working people by extending the credits. They won't even allow an up or down vote. I don't know how many promises must Speaker Johnson break? How many times must he bend to the will of the extremists in the Republican Party before any supposed moderate Republicans stand up and say enough? But if you willfully vote for a bill that you know does nothing to address the affordability crisis that hits January 1st, you give away all your power. It's never too late to do the right thing. There are currently 214 Democrats in the House who have signed a discharge petition that would force an up or down vote on a 3-year extension of the ACA credits. All we need are 4 House Republicans to join us. My hope is that if Republicans on the Rules Committee block even so much as a vote and a debate on these amendments, the sponsors will oppose the rule and or join our discharge petition to avert a catastrophe for working families. And so I urge a yes vote on my motion, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. Mr. McGovern, we are addressing the affordability challenges of 100% of Americans who are purchasing health care, not just 7%, 100% of the Americans who are facing not necessarily a crisis, because Democrats make everything a crisis. It's an affordability challenge. You want to address it for 7%, we're addressing it for 100% of Americans who have challenges in affording their health care. On our side, is there any further discussion on the amendment? Ms. Scanlon?
Yes, I'd first yield to Mr. McGovern.
First of all, with all due respect, Madam Chair, this is a crisis. I mean, not being able to afford your health insurance and losing it, that is a crisis. It's an immediate crisis, and we can do something about it. And the Republican leadership has decided not to do anything about it. Secondly, I disagree with your characterization of the bill brought before this committee. In fact, as we pointed out, CBO says 100,000 additional people are going to lose their health insurance. And it's not that they have the opportunity to purchase alternative insurance. CBO's analysis was that they will lose any access to health insurance. So I strongly disagree with the gentlelady's analysis that somehow, where this is not a crisis. It is. And the final thing I'm going to say is every one of you can vote no on these amendments on the House floor. Every one of you can vote no. All we're saying is make them in order. Let's have a debate. Let's treat health care, as a priority issue as opposed to all the other stuff that you've brought to the floor these last several weeks. I thank the gentlelady for yielding.
Thank you. I support your amendment to allow votes on these proposals that would extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits. It's going on 8 o'clock on Tuesday night. Votes have closed for the day here. There are 3 legislative days left this year. The only way that we get a vote in the House on extending the Affordable Care tax credits is if these amendments are made in order. If that doesn't happen, there will be no vote to extend the tax credits in the House this year. We will pursue the discharge petition route, but that will take additional time. So this is the last train leaving the station. We think all of our colleagues should be on board for the sake of the American people. So I do support the amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I certainly support the amendment. I actually just wanted to offer a query, I suppose, if the chairwoman would indulge me, which was to ask why Mr. Fitzpatrick's amendment was ruled out of order.
It's because of the history of this committee. You all may be willing to blow up the history and precedent of the committee, we are not.
Which history?
Of passing an amendment that is not paid for.
That's all I was at. Okay. So the reason Mr. Fitzpatrick's amendment was ruled out of order was that the current policy baseline approach that you all adopted earlier this year was rejected in the case of his amendment. And so because...
Clause 10.
Correct. Okay. So given that, I know Mr. Fitzpatrick has a very busy schedule, so I imagine he's not following the deliberations that we're engaged in right now. But I hope his team is, because the fact that you could have multiple members of your conference come before this committee, make an eloquent case for their amendments in good faith, and it took about 8 minutes, I guess, for the Republican Rules Committee to reject their amendments, rule them out of order, by applying a different standard to their amendments than was applied to the signature bill that you all have been professing for the last year. I just think, anyway, it's not an approach I would take, but I'm not in charge, of course. I hope my colleagues, my Republican colleagues who testified, including Mr. Fitzpatrick, will understand that negotiating with this committee, at least under the current circumstances, is not a prudent way forward to get this issue resolved. And ultimately, it strikes me that really the only way it gets resolved is a couple of Republican members voting against the rule tomorrow, or joining with us on our discharge petition, because I think if we do that, particularly the latter, we can get a clean extension on its way to the president's desk. So I yield back. I thank the chairwoman.
Madam Chair, just briefly, I mean, a clean extension just gives billions upon billions, tens of billions of dollars to the parent companies of pharmacy benefit managers. That's what the Democrats are asking us to do. is to just give them billions of dollars to the parent companies of the pharmacy benefit managers with no change in policy, which means the American citizens will continue to be screwed by these companies.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to begin by yielding time
Yeah,
to my
I just
right.
read, your big ugly bill gave tax breaks to billionaires directly and to big corporations. And what we're saying is if you don't extend the enhanced tax credits, millions of people are going to see their healthcare premiums skyrocket, and millions of people are going to lose their insurance. You want to talk about reforming the entire system? We're all in. But we have an immediate crisis, and I'm sorry that my friends on the other side don't recognize it. I thank the gentlelady.
Well, and I would also point out that the underlying bill continues to provide funding, and money still goes to insurance companies. That is the system that we are operating on right now. And the question before us is, are we going to provide help to the 20 million Americans who are receiving these tax credits now? And I would point out that, you know, if you look at the various amendments, there's one that would have a 1-year extension, a 2-year extension, a 3-year extension. Let's talk about priorities. Trump is sending $40 billion to Argentina. We could have it would cost about $20 billion to have these tax credits extend for 1 year. You could get maybe 2 years for the Trump sort of bailout of Argentina. So I think that that's what it is where are our priorities? Are priorities with the American people, or are they on some of the other policies that this administration is doing, which is not prioritizing reducing the costs of health care for the American people? That's what these amendments will do. I support them, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Leisure-Fernandez. I will just point out that in the Working Family Tax Cuts Bill, we allow people to keep some of their money that they earned. What you want us to do in the legislation you propose is to take money from some Americans and give it to others. That's not what we do. We allow as many people as possible to keep as much of their money as possible.
And we don't believe in throwing people off their health insurance.
Mr. Griffith.
Speaking to the amendment,
Yes.
yes, Madam Chair, I yield to the gentleman from Georgia.
Just very briefly, I mean, the accusation was made. It's a false accusation. Donald Trump did not send billions of dollars to Argentina. It was a currency swap. Everybody on this committee knows that, and the United States actually made money on the currency swap. With that, I yield. Back to Mr. Griffith.
And I yield back, Madam Chair.
Hearing no further discussion, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Madam Chair, I ask for a roll call on that.
Mr. McGovern requests a roll call vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy. Mrs. Houchin. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack. Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern.
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon. Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse. Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Leisure-Fernandez. Ms. Leisure-Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair.
No.
Madam Chair, no.
Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 6 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Are there other amendments or discussion? Ms. Leisure-Fernandez.
Payments and reproductive health care coverage restrictions. Instead of extending the ACA tax credits, Republicans want to prohibit cost-sharing reduction payments, which reduce enrollees' out-of-pocket costs to Medicare marketplace plans that cover abortion. In 2023, at least 3.7 million women were enrolled in ACA marketplace plans in states where abortion coverage is required. And remember, these are insurance plans that are being paid for by the women who are taking them out. This bill threatens that coverage. Without this essential coverage, women will die. In states with abortion bans, there are 478 excess infant deaths, 59 excess pregnancy-associated deaths, and a 50% increase in the sepsis rate among women who lost their pregnancies. Republicans' restriction to cost-sharing reductions will force insurers to drop abortion coverage to not lose critical federal funding, or they will be forced to raise premiums to offset the loss of this federal funding. This was intentional by the Republicans in this bill. They want women in states like New Mexico and across the United States to no longer be able to access health insurance to cover these essential health care costs. At the end, who suffers? Women. I urge my colleagues to support Congresswoman Sykes' amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment from Ms. Leisure Fernandez? Hearing none, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to. Ms. Leisure Fernandez requests a recorded vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mrs. Houchin? Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern? Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Leisure Fernandez? Ms. Leisure Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
The clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 6 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Are there other amendments or discussion? Hearing no further discussion, the question is on the motion from the gentleman from Virginia. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion is agreed to.
Ask for roll call.
Mr. McGovern requests a recorded vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach?
Yes.
Mrs. Fishbach, aye. Mr. Norman? Mr. Norman, aye. Mr. Roy? Mrs. Houchin? Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott, aye. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith, aye. Mr. Jack?
Aye.
Mr. Jack, aye. Mr. McGovern?
No.
Mr. McGovern, no. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Neguse, no. Ms. Leisure Fernandez? No. Ms. Leisure Fernandez, no. Madam Chair?
Aye.
Madam Chair, aye.
The clerk will report the total.
6 yeas, 4 nays.
The ayes have it. The motion. The ayes have it. The motion to report is agreed to. Accordingly, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Griffith, will be managing this rule for the majority.
And I'll